We have a quorum now. We do. The council will come to order. Please use the e-vote application to record your presence at this time.
The voting is now open. Please log into your device. If you need help with your credentials, please raise your hand. The voting is now open for our quorum roll call. Please mark yourself present from your device.
If you need assistance, please raise your hand, and members of the clerk's office will come and assist. Alderman Kappelman has his hand up raised.
One second. We're waiting.
Scott.
1 second. It's freezing. 1 second. We're going to reopen it. Try to open from your. It says open on it.
Alderman Lopez needs assistance.
Yes, we can do a roll call. We can do a roll call. I will now take a roll call vote while we look into the e-voting devices. Fun. Alderman Laspada. Present. Alderman Laspada is here. Alderman Hopkins. Not here. Alderman Dow. Present. Alderman King. Not here. Alderman Hairston. Not present. Alderman Sawyer. Not present. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Mitchell is present. Alderman Harris. Alderman Harris is present. Alderman Beal. Not present. Alderman Zalowski Garza. Zalowski Garza present. Alderman Lee. Alderman Lee not present. Alderman Barca. Alderman Barca present. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Quinn present. Alderman Burke not present. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez present. Alderman Coleman not present. Alderman Moore. Alderman Moore present. Alderman Curtis. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman Curtis not present. Alderman O'Shea present. Alderman Taylor. Alderman Taylor present. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Brookins not present. Alderman Rodriguez. Rodriguez present. Alderman Tabarras. Tabarras present. Alderman Scott. Scott present. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez present. Alderman Maldonado. Alderman Maldonado not present. Alderman Burnett. Burnett present. Alderman Irvin. Irvin present. Alderman Talaferro. Talaferro present. Alderman Royas. Raboyes is present. Alderman Cardona. Cardona is present. Alderman Wagaspack. Wagaspack is not present. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Rodriguez Sanchez present. Alderman Ramirez Rosa. Ramirez Rosa not present. Alderman Villegas. Villegas is present. Alderman Mitz. Mitz is not present. Alderman Maldonado is present.
Alderman Wagaspack is present.
Alderman Wagaspack is present. Alderman Spisato. Spisato is present. Alderman Nugent. Nugent is present. Alderman Vasquez. Vasquez is present. Alderman Napolitano. Napolitano is present. Alderman Riley. Riley is present. Alderman Knutson. Knutson is present. Alderman Tunney. Tunney is not present. Alderman Gardner. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is present. Alderman Kappelman. Kappelman is present. Alderman Martin. Martin is present. Alderman Osterman. Osterman is present. Alderman Haddon. Haddon is present. Alderman Silverstein. Not present. Alderman Mitz. Mitz is present. Alderman Hopkins is present. Anyone? Alderman Hopkins is present. Anyone else I missed? All right, the voting is closed.
There are 37 members present. We have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the invocation that will be delivered by Reverend Dr. Bernard Jakes of West Point Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor, the floor is yours.
To our Honorable Mayor, Lori E. Lightfoot, our City Clerk, the Honorable Anna Valencia, to my Alderman, Sophia King, and as a point of personal privilege, to my biological cousin, Alderman Emma Mitz, as well as each of you who comprise the sum total of this beautiful bouquet of elected officials. I bring you greetings as a senior pastor teacher of the Faith Family of West Point Baptist Church in Bronzeville. I am honored to again stand in this hallowed chamber to ask for God's guidance on behalf of our elected officials. Let us begin our invocation. This council meeting is historic because it's the last council meeting for our mayor and several alderpersons. This meeting is historic because it's the last meeting before the next meeting that will witness a city council with more diversity in race, ideologies, and hopefully shared values. A new era is rapidly approaching. A new council is poised to continue the great work done under the leadership of Mayor Lightfoot while charting a new course with his incoming and seasoned alder people and a new mayor. My invocation begins with the words of observation by Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I offer these words because they are vitally important to this day and the days ahead. Dr. King was quoted as saying, "People fail to get along because they fear each other. They fear each other because they don't know each other. They don't know each other because they have not communicated with each other." Dear God of yesterday, today, and forever, I, along with these present, invoke your presence in this place. It is not for your presence to be felt without purpose, but we ask for your presence to shift the atmosphere in this hallowed chamber. Before we approach with our ask, we come thanking you for all you've done. We're thankful you've given us another opportunity to get life right. We're grateful that you've allowed us to participate in your plan of liberty and justice for all of your children, irrespective of their address, whom they love, or beliefs. We're thankful for those who've served this city with dignity and respect and will now move to different vocations whereby they continue to affect others positively. And now we come with our ask, dear God. I ask on behalf of these present that your Holy Spirit touch the heart of each person, and with your touching their heart, that it results in their ears being open to hear one another, with both the ears that hear audibly and the ear of their heart that moves them to understand what they've heard. As they prepare to engage in the business of the city while standing on the precipice of a new beginning, I ask that you, dear God, aid each person in seasoning their words with tenderness, listening with love, and working collaboratively to carry out the mandate each has been sworn to uphold. May your Spirit remind each elected official to seek first to understand and then to be understood. May your Spirit guide each elected official to make policy the issue, not personality. You've graced each person with the opportunity to be a change agent, and we pray that the opportunity is accomplished and pleasing in your sight. Grant each elected official the wisdom needed to guide our city as we rely on you, O God, to usher in the much-needed change. Hear our prayer, O Lord. Hear our prayer, O Lord. Incline thine ear to us and grant us thy peace. Amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Jakes will be celebrating 21 years at West Point. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is public comment.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. The first speaker today is George Blakemore.
My name is George Blakemore, and I'm old, I'm poor, and I'm black. But I'm somebody. And each one of you are somebody. And you must start to acting like somebody. This is Lady Lightfoot. God called you for this time. COVID-19, these other mayors before you never had COVID-19. Black Lives Matter movement, where the black, up in Minnesota, that black man was assassinated and killed by the police. I really wonder if Black Lives Matter. This is a black lady mayor. How could black people, 5 of them, run against her? Divide and conquer. Did 5 Hispanic run against Chuy Garcia? No. Did 5 whites run against Paul Vallis? No. On the plantation, the master made an end. We have learned to hate ourselves. I always wear this cap. Show your nappy hair, your big nose, and your black what hole. I am somebody, and we are somebody. So, Lady Lightfoot, I wish you happiness. I wish you joy. I wish you prosperity. You really did do what God sent you to do. You saved us during COVID-19, during Black Lives Matter. And I'm going to campaign for you to come back and return because you're still needed here. Well, I'm going to watch this new saga that's going to come up. I'm going to watch it with the new mayor, with the new council members. Sometimes the same game goes on and nothing changed. You was a change. You got rid of incompetent white aldermen, incompetent black ones, and incompetent gay ones too. So you were sent to clean up the swamp. And the swamp is still here. So I'm challenging each one of you citizens of the city of Chicago. What happened in Millennium Park is all of your fault. Poor education, poor schools in the black ghetto.
Thank you for your comments. However, your time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Blakemore, for your comments. Our next speaker is Vic Morey.
Hello, good morning. I want to speak about an issue that has been constantly ignored, and all of the aldermen in this room, and even those that are not present, and every elected official from the top of the state and Cook County government all receive these letters and petitions. You all have them regarding changes that need to be made to the landlord-tenant ordinance and also to the Cook County court system. The Cook County court system is extremely inefficient, over the top and just completely, no, not racist. I'm getting tired of hearing that racist crap. But what's really going on is this, the total inefficiency of the system, and all of the officials try to pretend like you want to be friendly toward investment and investors in the city, but exactly the opposite is being done every time that you have these totally long and drawn out systems that allow for the court to be dragged out for 12 months or more. And that increases the possibility of the cost of more in the rents and in housing. And also the building department is pretty much, rather than being used as a tool for compliance, is used as a battering ram and a weapon most of the time against property owners. Now, I don't have enough time to really speak very well on this issue, but you have the petitions, you have the information. This is not a request. This is a must-do. I repeat, this is not a request. This is a must-do. You're going to have to put this issue on the floor. This woman right here, okay, I've forgotten her name, but she's no longer alive because of the inefficiencies of the court system, okay? I want you to understand something, that I may be like a drip of water, and eventually I'm going to wear a hole in this rock. I'm going to get through. Scientifically known fact that a drip of water will get through a rock, and that's what you all are behaving like rocks. But I'm not going nowhere. You're going to keep hearing from me, and you're going to make these changes. You're going to do what is absolutely necessary. You're going to stop pretending like you didn't receive my email and my letters. Thank you
for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Sakaya Mohammed.
Good morning. My name is Zakiya Muhammad. I am a community activist, mother, grandmother, healthcare provider, but I take pride in saying that I'm a community activist. I attended an event at the Harold Washington College last week, 100th Centennial, and it brought back so many memories because a couple of brothers in there showed the movie Punch 9. And it showed former Alderman Dick Mell talking about how they all planned together to move against Mayor Washington in the black community. And he said it with such pride, so much dignity. And he was right, because I was down here every city council meeting. I didn't miss a beat. So now I'm hearing that the same thing is getting ready to happen again. And I come to tell you that we mobilizing in the black community, and to the haters of black people that's down here working against the black community, we ain't having it in this new administration. We ain't having it, y'all. So I'm telling you, we coming for you, you coming for us, we gonna come for you, and we gonna fight you like angry pit bulls. And we mean it, because we tired. We are tired of you all shutting us out, ignoring us, and dumping us in the bag with everybody else instead of working on our behalf. And you talk about our children downtown, that's a result of the past administrations cutting off monies for programs that they could use to work on their behalf, even all the way up to the federal government. They guilty, bringing the dope in, bringing the guns in, genocide. It ain't all their faults and their parents' fault, and y'all know that, but I'm just telling you, I especially came down here to let y'all know, to the haters of black people who work down here on this floor, shutting us out and keeping us out. Just like we fought Ed Burt, Vidoliak, and all of them down there back in the day. We ready for y'all, the haters of black people. We ain't playing, we ready for you. That's it, that's all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Carla Altmeyer.
Hi, my name is Carl Altmeyer, and I am a co-director and co-founder of the faculty nonprofit that works to create violence, leadership, and collective power of the community most inactive. I am here today on behalf of our base survivor leaders to support and codify the gender-based violence task force. And I want to share the journey of one of our survivor leaders who has been advocating for Chicago Public Schools since 2019 to prioritize the issue of gender-based violence and the impact that the current task force has had on her advocacy. He's from Guatemala and has lived in Chicago for over 20 years. And as a mother of 5 children, she was recently in the youngest son of 2021 who was from Guatemala. In 2018, she started participating in our programming and developed her leadership skills. In 2019, she and her fellow survivor leaders, who are targeted on actions, launched a grassroots campaign to prevent gender-based violence for the next generation by ensuring that all Chicago public school students have access to high-quality, comprehensive sexual health education. In December of 2020, Allie and her fellow HPA leaders met with members of the CPS board and the CPS Office of Student Health and Wellness to share their concerns. And at the time, they learned about the new sexual health education policy that was being passed or developed. That fall, our leaders organized over 200 educators and caregivers in the middle of a pandemic to provide public comment to CPS that advocated for changes to the sexual health policy adopted. Sexual health policy in line with revision. But in December of 2020, CPS adopted the new policy without considering any of the recommendations. In some cases, the policy seemed to be worse than what our community had asked for. And since 2020, there has been less transparency, active accessibility, and have the comprehensive sex ed. CPS is in fact no longer collecting data on whether schools have complied with the sexual health. Then, in 2021, the City of Chicago Mayor's Office created the Gender-Based Violence Task Force and invited Allie and other leaders to learn more about their priorities. After listening to their ideas, the Mayor's Office invited HTA to join the task force and incorporated sexual health education as a prevention strategy in the strategic plan to address gender-based violence. And since that time, the Mayor's Office has actually been able to coordinate with CPS officials to ensure more resources are allocated toward sexual health education and for the support, particularly with caregivers, that those actions that are like Allie and her fellow survivor leaders have advocated for. Allie is actually now on the subcommittee of the task force called the Survivors Working Group. Not only is the advocacy heard, but she is actually now
Ms. Altmeyer, thank you for your comments. However, your time has expired. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
All right, this ends the public comment period. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, are resolutions. We have 4 resolutions today. A resolution celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Chicago Public Library, a resolution congratulating the DePaul College Prep High School boys basketball team for winning the state championship in their division, a resolution congratulating Coach Robert Smith of Simeon Career Academy on his outstanding coaching career, and a resolution commemorating Arab American Heritage Month. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Good morning, Madam President. I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The first resolution that we will hear is a resolution celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Chicago Public Library. I'll give folks a moment to get into the box. Joining us into the box today are a number of current and past luminaries. Linda Johnson Rice, the Chicago Public Library Board President. Chris Valente, Chicago Public Library Board Vice President. Lynn Lockwood, Chicago Public Library Board Secretary. Michelle Boone, Chicago Public Library Board Director. Unfortunately, Jane Thompson could not be with us this morning, but she's the former Chicago Public Library Board President. Bob Wislow, Chicago Public Board Library Foundation Chairman. Brenda Langstrat Bowie, a Chicago Public Library Foundation President and CEO. Mary Dempsey, former Chicago Public Library Commissioner. Is Andrea here? And of course, Chris Brown, our current Library Commissioner. Mary Ellen Messner, current First Deputy of the Library. And someone named Amy Echelon, who used to work at the library and happens to be the First Lady of the city. Are there members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
I'm going to get my speaking in early today, so thank you, Madam President. Libraries and all the resources and services they offer to our communities, I think, are one of our pillars of democracy. So as we all work in this body, those who are departing, those who are entering, I know that I plan to continue our commitment to our public library system. I appreciate all of your hard work. I actually get to meet a new branch librarian pretty soon over at Rogers Park. We're having a book sale this weekend. The library is so much more than a place where we get books. It's just a core community center. I know it is for Rogers Park. I know it is for our city. And I just appreciate all of your service and dedication. And I'm excited about the next 150 years for our Chicago Public Library system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. Also wanted to lend my voice to this resolution as it relates to the libraries. And in the past, I didn't really think about the importance of libraries as the digital age has come about. But what I find, especially at the Legler Library in Garfield Park, which is now one of the regional libraries, is that it is more than just a place that houses information, but a place that people come to commiserate and meet with one another. And it has been the rehabilitation of the Legler branch has brought much joy and vitalization to the West Garfield Park community, let alone the new branch that you built along Taylor Street for the Little Italy community. So continue the hard work that you all are doing on behalf of Commissioner Brown, Ms. Johnson-Rice. You all continue the good work of helping bridge gaps of communities, bring people together, and give people resources and hope that they otherwise would not have. So thank you, and we look forward for the great adoption. You guys continue the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm really glad to stand in support and recognition of your 150th anniversary. Just great communication from our libraries. You know this. Your annual report says such great things about the work. We're just going to highlight a couple points for the room right now. The fact that after we eliminated fines for late returns, we've seen so much of an uptick in materials going out the door. When we've had this first full year of Sundays in the libraries, so many more individuals coming in the doors. Alderman Irvin talked about how our perspectives change. I did not recognize or reflect on the importance of our libraries enough until I had a daughter, and now we read every single day to each other. It makes me excited for her to have the same experience of libraries that I had when I was a kid. So just a quick shout out to Stephanie Flinchball over at the Westtown Library, if this gets back to her, and just to build off of your expanding work. Data and information has never been more available and has never been less curated. There's never been less of a sense of what is true and valuable and good and worth reflecting on. And that is what you do more than anything, more than just being purveyors of knowledge and information. You curate, you help minds think and research and understand. And for that, you have Chicago's continuing gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to sit in honor of our libraries. I've been blessed in my 12 years with two awesome libraries. Two when I was in the 36th Ward and two in the 38th Ward now. Libraries do a great job. Alderman Irvin spelled it out pretty well. Just gives our kids a good, safe place to go to, a learning environment. And all the kids that hang at the libraries just happen to seem to be all the good kids in the neighborhood, all the kids that come out to be something, get involved in their neighborhood in positive ways. So I just want to congratulate, I'm not sure who to congratulate, but congratulate the anniversary of the 150th anniversary of the library. We will never truly and honestly truly know what the library has done for kids, because libraries aren't as big of a deal as they are now when they were 50 years ago when I was, 14 years old. That was a big thing. We had a new library, Belmont Branch Library at Narragansett and Barry there. But libraries have just done so much for our community, and just so happy to have two awesome librarians and two awesome libraries. So thank you so much, Madam President, to give me this opportunity to thank everybody and congratulate the library system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Sposato. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also stand in support of this resolution. First of all, I just want to say you guys look good for 150 years old. Congratulations to all of you. By far, this is an all-star group of people that's on the library board. Matter of fact, they can put you guys on any other board and you would do just as well, because you guys have a wealth of knowledge and you're very well-versed in a lot of things in relationship to the city of Chicago. I want to, first of all, thank all of you all for your civic duty, for your help. I know we're paying you a lot of money to serve on that board. Thank you all thank you. I'm being sarcastic, everybody. But thank you all very much for everything that you do. Our libraries have come a long way. I go to a library and the young people are doing 3D printing in libraries. They're creating music in libraries. I mean, there's a myriad of things that young people are doing now in the libraries that you never would have imagined in the past. And also, what you guys were able to do with young people and adults during the pandemic was so helpful to so many people, because so many people had to do things from their computers and had to figure out ways of keeping their young people engaged and involved. So I just want to say thank you. The library doesn't get a lot of attention in our city, but they do a lot of things for our community. So I just want to say congratulations to all of you all on your 150th birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too stand in support of this resolution, and wanted immediately when I saw the library, I thought about that was the first project, Mary, that came to Chicago Avenue, where we never had a library in the ward before. So now, fast forward today, we have Director Brown, we have the Sheriff Department out working with the kids, doing events with the kids. We are holding events at the library. The kids frequent the library, and I have to echo what Alderman Sposato said. Once those fees were removed from past where kids was not frequenting the library, it helped out tremendously. So thank you all for the work that you're doing throughout not only the West Side, but throughout the city with working with our libraries and making sure that they're accessible for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Metz. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. 150 years, wow. Just rereading the resolution, I'm struck by a line here about promoting lifelong learning and fostering community. And I think that really encapsulates what Chicago Public Libraries has done. You know, in particular in my community, we're very blessed within these new ward boundaries to have 4 libraries that serve our community. The Chinatown, the Daily, Canaryville, McKinley Park. And I'll brag on Chinatown for a second, because I know you like to brag on Chinatown as well. One of the really beautiful crown jewels of the Chicago Public Library system, one of the most highly used libraries in all of the city. And I want to talk about how this library in particular, and libraries, I think across the system in Chicago, have really done so much to foster community, to be where the residents are, to provide accessibility. There's so many language-appropriate materials in libraries across the city, and I just know it's not just the young people that you're serving, it's people young and old. I know that a lot of seniors use our libraries as well, and it's really been, I think libraries are a place of refuge for people in the city as well. So thank you sincerely for all of that. I know that when I was younger, you know, the Chinatown Library was a tiny little storefront, and the first time I went to the library and I got a card, I didn't really know how it worked. So every time I took a book off the shelf to read it in the library, I checked it out, and then I brought it right back over. I learned very quickly that that's not how it worked. But librarians too, the role that they play, because they spend a lot of time in these branches, they watch generations of kids grow up. And it's not an insignificant role, because that is what makes a solid and safe community too. That there are grown-ups that are there looking after you, that there are members of the community who are going to be concerned about what's happening and will do something like call the ward office to let us know if something needs, someone needs help. So I thank you for all of that, commend you for all of the hard work. Thank you, all of you, for what you do every day, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. And you know, I won't be here for the next 150 years, but I know the Chicago Public Library will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely stand in support of this resolution, but as I look over there and I see Ms. Linda Johnson Rice, who we know is smart, but you look good, lady. You really do. So 150 years, it takes me back to the Robert Taylor homes when I was a little boy, 4429 South Federal, and we were on the 3rd floor, 308, and right under us was the library in apartment 208, and they set that apartment up to be the library. And that's where I spent a lot of my time in that library, only also because Mama wouldn't let me go downstairs and do nothing else. But there you learned. But as I look back then and look now, living in the 17th Ward, I think of people like Chance the Rapper, who got involved in U Media. And it was that being there in U Media and learning through that helped catapult him to where he is today. And that's a testament to how far and what this library has done. I look and see the Makers Labs that's in there, that's giving our youth and our children an opportunity to do something positive. I see the music technology programs in there, all of this good stuff there that I thank you all for keeping going and also keep growing. Also, what is, I think it was, Mayor, 7 days ago, $2 million to have access to Black History archives. All that is major for our libraries. And I'm excited about that. And I'm even more excited when I think about Reverend Clay Evans and the exhibit that we had and still, I think, have there that can come out at any time because you all still have all the material, was just such a success. That's all the stuff that the library has done. So I thank you all for your hard work and, more important, for your service. You all can, man, I don't want to do this work. I just want to chill, be on the beach somewhere. You all are still serving you all's community. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get this chance. I got to be a little selfish here. First Lady, I just really appreciate you and the things that you have done. Watching you over these 4 years has been a truly blessing. Always encouraging, always with a focus on our young people. And for that, I say thank you and totally appreciate you for the work that you've done. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. You may make me like you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of this resolution, and I just want to say happy anniversary to you. And I hope that while you're talking about the Chinatown Library, you're also talking about the Northtown Library, because it is absolutely amazing, and we love it. And we are so thrilled that we now have Sunday hours so that everybody in my ward is able to go to the library and use it to its fullest. So So just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for us in the 50th Ward, and we are so happy that you're around, and we wish you lots of good luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Silverstein. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President. I want to first congratulate the Chicago Public Library Commissioner for the 150-year anniversary. We actually have today the visit of the student government from Finkel Elementary. So I want to welcome our young people today to the City Council from the 25th Ward. And what a special occasion in this last City Council under this administration. And I think it is important to recognize and give credit when credit is due. So I want to thank also, first and foremost, the work that the First Lady and this administration have done, especially to cancel the fees and fines in the libraries to make it more accessible for our communities in our public libraries. I also want to recognize the leadership of the administration during a very, very tough time. Our librarians across the city provided essential and vital services for the city of Chicago. So for all the librarians across the city and to all the not only librarians, but everybody who works within the Chicago Public Library System, my recognition and my respect for their work on a daily basis. I also want to continue working and build on this important legacy of 150 years of service to our community. And we have a lot of work ahead of us. In the 25th Ward, I know with the Commissioner, we have a plan to expand the library, the Reed Lozano Library, which is important for our community. In the Latino community, have seen very little investment to expand our spaces for our kids, for our future, and to make sure that in our communities, in the Reed Lozano Library, we have the archives of the Mexican American and the Latino community, as we have to make sure that our kids, our future, know their history. They feel proud of their identity and where they come from, so that we don't continue to repeat the mistakes of the past. This is what we need in terms of addressing the issues in our communities. Investment, to make sure that our libraries continue to be safe spaces where we can bring more resources, where early childhood education is complemented by our libraries and other educational system. That's what's going to help our communities. That's going to help inner city who have a brighter and better future. So I want to recognize the work that the administration has done and the work ahead. I also want to acknowledge some of the comments in public comment to make sure that the City Council work collaboratively in a crisis like this to invest in our kids, to get to work, to make sure that our kids continue to see libraries expanded, services to be more accessible, to expand our spaces and invest in people. That's what the City of Chicago and our youth need. Investment. No more trauma, no more repression. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say thank you for the partnership over my time in public office as an alderman, as a state rep. Your leadership has meant a lot to my community. You've heard a lot from Alderman Moore and Alderman Silverstein about innovation. It's not the standard library that I had when I was young. It's you media that gets people focused on things that they can do. It's housing, which is something that's very innovative and we should expand. But that takes leaders like all of you to partner with people in government to make it happen. You also represent all of the people that are working at libraries right now. They're really the straw that stirs the drink when it comes to helping people in communities. And I think we have amazing librarians and support staff around the city that do so much for people of all ages, but specifically for young people. And that has to continue. And I just want to also say thank you to Mary Dempsey for the Edgewater Library. I'm a little jealous now to hear that Alderman Lee has 4 libraries, but the Edgewater Library was rebuilt under Mary's leadership, and it's the largest circulation, I think, outside of the regional libraries, and every single day it helps people. So please keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Osterman. The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I too rise in support of this resolution. At one point, I was able, and Mary, you're going to remember this because every year I would mention that I was the only ward in the city that didn't have a library. Everybody remembers that. And I can no longer say that. And I want to say thank you to you. But what people don't realize about libraries, we take a lot of things for granted, right? Access to information, even with technology now. We assume that everybody has a computer at home. We assume everybody has this. And a lot of people don't. And so libraries are like a second home for some people. It is a place where they can go and where it's quiet mostly, where they can learn, where they can take themselves, they can travel the world. They can see themselves anywhere. And all that is because of a library, a place. And I know everybody does the technology, but there's nothing that really beats a good old book. And so that, I know for me growing up, that was a respite. I have lots of stories to tell about libraries, Linda Johnson Rice, but I will not share those here today because I'm not sure that's the way we were supposed to use the library. And I'm glad they no longer use the Dewey Decimal System. She knows what I'm talking about. And I just want to thank Michelle Boone, Fifth Ward resident that has been a supporter in many different ways, in many of your capacities, to help the citizens of Chicago and to help people just to expose them to all the things that we have to offer. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Rodriguez-Sanchez.
Can I go? Yes, thank you. I want to express my gratitude to every worker, every library worker, every librarian that has helped the Chicago Public Libraries run for the last 150 years. Thank you, Commissioner, for all the work. When we think about structures of care, the libraries are an embodiment of that. Libraries are places of growth, of learning, of play. They are safe spaces. They are places where people who don't have a home come all the time to seek warmth. There are places where people come to apply for jobs. There are places where people come to find information of any kind, where parents bring their children to play. And we are hurting deeply in the city of Chicago for lack of that kind of space. The public libraries is one of the few places where we get that sense of safety and well-being. And Chicago is deeply grateful to all of you for the work that you have done, particularly in these last 4 years during the pandemic, but for 150 years. And I think that the best gift that we can give the city and the Chicago Public Libraries is to ensure that moving forward, we have a fully funded Chicago Public Library system, that every neighborhood has a library, and that we have all the resources that we need in order to make sure that the libraries continue to be a space for sanctuary, for care, for learning and growth for our communities. Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. I also stand to be proudly associated with this resolution. I won't add too much to what my colleagues have already said. I just want to thank you all, not as a council member, but as a Chicagoan. I just remember as a kid, like getting the first library card and like the level of pride one has as a kid. Like this is my card, and I get to go places with it, right? I grew up in the kind of neighborhood where my parents, being pretty old school, were like, you're not going outside at all unless you're going to like a library or a school, right? To be able to go somewhere where I could escape whatever the current environment is. And I think about all the kids in Chicago now who haven't crossed Madison, either going south or going north, but being able to go to their library to escape where their current environment might be, to open up all the avenues and figure out what they might want to do in life or just places to explore. It's an opportunity I think we all take for granted. We all kind of grow out of that wonder and that, that part of life, but we really should think about making sure we continue to instill that in our youth. When we think about, this past weekend, I think we all kind of know their concerns about our youth being out there, but I think about all of the youth that weren't out there because they had places like the library to be able to get in at an early age and figure out where they wanted to spend their time and where they wanted to invest. And you all don't get enough credit for that. We definitely want to make sure that in future years, we provide the investment in the workers, in the facilities. So when we talk about U-Media, it's not necessarily going to a specific library, but that every library has the resources to be able to provide that for all of our kids. So thank you so much for all the work each one of you have done, as well as everyone who's ever contributed to the greatness of the Chicago Public Library. And I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart as a Chicagoan and for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution, and congratulations to all of you on your 150th anniversary. And as everybody said, libraries are the center of our communities. We have Edgebrook and Albany Park and Mayfair in the 39th Ward, and I love what they do over there, and I love the staff that are over there. I work with them regularly. But our libraries there's so much. We have CAPS meetings at our libraries. We have community association meetings. We have book readings. We have children's events. Some of you maybe did those ankle biter events when your kids were little. We have gardening club. We have taxes. There's nothing that our libraries won't do, and I just think it's such an incredible place, and the programming just keeps getting better. I want to compliment the folks in the box on two things that I think have been incredibly meaningful to me. And one of them is One Book, One Chicago, and I think we're in our 20-something year, and just it forces somebody like me to read books that I probably wouldn't have initially wanted to read. And I just want to bring up a few books that we've done programming with or I've read that have really been meaningful to me. Sixth Extinction, Mouse, which was this past year. Who knew you would do an anime or a comic book on the Holocaust, and it could be so impactful. And I read it. Some of my children were able to read it. To Kill a Mockingbird, Warmth of Other Suns, Night, Interpreter of Maladies. I loved that book. So thank you for One Book, One Chicago. Let's keep doing it. I think it's such a beautiful program. The other thing that the libraries have been doing that I think is really meaningful to me is Libby. For those of you that don't use it, it's our library's version of Audible, and we can sign up and get Audible books. I'm a user, and I love it. I think it's fantastic, so thank you. And more Libbies, please. I have to wait to get my Libbies, so I'd encourage us to do more of that on the technological side. And finally, I'd encourage my colleagues to read more. Some of you, some of our council members, I have a little bit of a book competition going with them to read one a week, and I think it's important. It forces you to be compassionate and have empathy and push you out of your comfort zone. So thank you for pushing me, and thank you for all you do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Nugent. Any other members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? Well, I'm very partial because I love libraries, and I love our library system, which I think is the best in the nation. You think about the modest beginnings of our library, starting in a water tower and now having one of the best networks of libraries, 81 strong, throughout every neighborhood in our city. I want to thank our former library commissioner, and we also have to give praise to Mayor Daley, who really understood the power of libraries as a community connector and a tool for economic development. Thank you for all the work in modernizing our library system. Thank you for the team that put such incredible programming into the libraries, like our U-Media Center, and Alderman Moore is right. Chance the Rapper, on his 10-day suspension, started his musical career in our library space. I want to thank the current library commissioner and the chairs of the respective boards for carrying on, but really innovating on the tradition in our libraries. I'm grateful that we were able to start a fine-free library. I remember when we announced that and then rolled it out, the things that came back in, but making sure that our families were able to access the libraries without the fear of incurring some fine. That was critically important. Sunday library hours were also a big step. Important, of course, for Alderman Silverstein, but all working families who may not have been able to take advantage of the opportunities in the other 6 days, but to have that day on Sunday to go to the libraries as families and participate in the magic that exists in every library. Some people say, well, our library is still relevant. And the answer to that is yes, now more than ever. Not only because of the opportunity to take advantage of the internet, the teachers in the libraries, making sure that Wi-Fi is available, but standing as, in this library system, a bastion against the book bans and indicating and stressing how important it is for free speech and for libraries to not be politicized, but to be bastions of learning. I want to also join in the praise of librarians. We've got great, innovative, smart, creative librarians all across our system who care deeply about their communities and open up those opportunities to that young kid who comes in the door maybe a little shy, maybe a little nervous about touching a book, and just envelops them in the love and magic of libraries. I also want to just say the library has been an invaluable partner in the work over the last few years. First, of course, through COVID and making sure that the library staff was protected, but also making sure that the libraries became a place of educating folks about COVID, testing, and then once a vaccine came in, opening up doors and opportunities for that as well, but also supporting the work that we have done diligently with fidelity in helping our young people and their families. The libraries have been a key partner, along with the schools and the parks and others, to make sure that our safety net and our infrastructure for our families and our children are as robust and strong as ever. Last thing for me, I want to say that the people in this box are some of the finest people in our city. who not only support libraries, but support the work of our city, who give selflessly and tirelessly of their person, of their resources, to make sure that we are a city that speaks our values in real, concrete, tangible ways. So I want to thank every single one of you, one and all, for everything that you've done. Thank you so much, and maybe we'll have a rising. Turn me on. It's Sports Day in the City Council, and next up in our resolutions is the DePaul College Prep basketball team, which won a state championship earlier this spring and did Chicago proud. In the box, we have seniors and captains on the winning team, and we have a number of the other team members in the audience. I think they're over here to my left. Are there any members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderman Oster.
Thank you, Madam President. As a Gordon Tech alumni, which is now DePaul, it gives me a lot of privilege or honor to be here today to congratulate the 2A Boys State Championship DePaul College Prep Rams. We're joined today by the captains and the entire team, but also the leadership of the school. DePaul College Prep is only 10 years old, and I want to commend Mary Dempsey, who is the president of the school. Like a lot of Catholic schools in Chicago, Gordon Tech was kind of not long for the world. And Mary and many others, but mainly Mary, saw the possibility of a great and dynamic school on the north side for students of every background. And by empowering educators, made that school the school that is really on the cusp of great things. A school that it was 200 students is now 1,200 students, which is going to grow to 1,400 students on a new campus, new buildings being built, doing great things with a foundation of great education, but also service to the community. They have great educators, the principal, Megan Stanton-Anderson, the athletic director, Pat Mahoney, who is here, who's really helped grow sports. We're honoring the basketball team today, but they've got over 20 teams so that kids throughout the school can participate. There's one strong link between Gordon Tech of old and DePaul College Prep in basketball, and that's Coach Tom Kleinschmidt. Simply put, Coach Kleinschmidt is one of the best high school coaches or best basketball coaches in the state of Illinois. He is not here today because he's on a well-deserved vacation. And if you know Coach Kleinschmidt, he would want the focus to be on the team and not on him. But he is a remarkable person and a phenomenal coach. The teams that he's coached over the last 5 years have come in third place, COVID year, first place in the state of Illinois, third place last year, and then today's championship team that you have before you. He's also been recognized as Coach of the Year in Illinois, but also the National Coach of the Year of all sports. As good as he is as a coach, he's better as a person. He can walk in any high school in the city of Chicago or Park and know the supervisor on his first name, know about their family. He cares about people. He pours all of that into the young men that he coaches and gives them experiences about life, about how to be a teammate, how to commit to a goal that leads them to believe in what they can do in life, and especially when they're up against it on the basketball court. The team you have before you is built on character, teamwork, and commitment to each other. Many of the seniors that are here today went through a tough loss last year in the semifinals, a loss that could kind of hurt your confidence. But under their leadership, led by Maurice Thomas, Miles Stewart, Dane Barkley, Henry West, Willow Shields, and Jack Hosty, they rallied together with the rest of the team to really commit and double down on this season and work hard all last off season, all summer, all fall to get better as a team and to come together. The season started slow when they had two of their star players, PK Cameron and Jalen McElroy, go down to injuries, but that resolve that they came together really served them well early in the season. It gave a chance for a lot of younger players, P.J. Chambers, some sophomores, Jonas Johnson, Robert Walls, and Makai Kwame, to really step up as sophomores and juniors to really play. And they play in the Catholic League. And the Catholic League these days is like the ACC or the Big 12 in college. There's no off nights in the Catholic League. They got key contributions from Gus Donahue and freshman Michon Ponter, as well as Jack Hennessy and Cole Youngman. And they came together as a team. And when they got their players back for the full team as they got into the playoffs, things really kind of took off. The commitment that they made to each other, though, in the belief that they could win, really came to fruition in the super sectional game against Perspectives in Joliet. And second time in 2 years they've had to really work some late game magic, but they were down by 10 points going into the fourth quarter. But their resolve, their great defense, their teamwork made them believe, and they came back and they won that, and then they went downstate. And this year's downstate trip was a work trip to go get some hardware for the school. I want to recognize Mike Smead, the assistant coach as well, who's here today. But they went down, in the semifinal game, they held their opponent to 17 points with great defense and teamwork. And in the championship game, with a total team effort by all of them, they won against Bloomington Central Catholic for the first state championship for DePaul College Prep. I'm glad to be here. To the men on the team in both the box and in the back, what you've shown yourself is what you can do when you commit to each other and a goal and hard work together. That is going to take you beyond the classroom. It's going to take you beyond the basketball court. There are 52 elected officials here today. Not one of them got here by themselves. They got there by working with a team, and you guys can do the same thing. So, Madam President, I wish all of you the best. I have a feeling you and I will be at some basketball games next year in the next chapter for us, but I want to wish all of you the best. Congratulations on this big victory. Madam President, it's a great day to be a Ram. Thank you.
Rams. Thank you, Alderman Osterman. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hard to follow that. I think, Harry, you've got a career as a sports journalist or a historian. That was something else. Look, DePaul is a relatively new addition to the 47th Ward. You all moved east less than 4 years ago, and in that short time, you've helped contribute to a dynamic school culture all across our community. And I want to start by saying thank you for all of you to contributing to that. That's not an easy thing to do, especially COVID, but what you've been able to accomplish through perseverance, not just from a sports standpoint, but scholastically and personally, needs to be uplifted. I also can't help but notice that there are a number of juniors and sophomores and even a freshman on this winning team, and I bring that up not by way of pressure, but more encouragement. One, to encourage you all to reflect on what you've been able to achieve, this tremendous success, but also for those seniors who won't be returning to check in on those rising seniors, the rising juniors and the sophomores, because there may be a lot of pressure that people are feeling, obviously big shoes that you're leaving, but at the end of the day, this is something to really celebrate and to encourage that regardless of how this next season goes, the win and the camaraderie and the culture that has been strengthened isn't lost. So my sincere congratulations to you, not just myself, my office, but a very grateful and enthusiastic 47th Ward community. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Martin. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely stand in support of this resolution. As a big fan of basketball and as a Simeon Wolverine, I usually tell teams you got to earn the basketball respect. And DePaul College Prep, you all did that. You all, not only that, Chicago, without you all, Chicago couldn't be boasting a championship. And so I want to thank you all and applaud you all for that, because somewhere in there, Chicago should always be in there.
and you all made that possible this year. It was a lot of talent. There's so much parity out there right now. And so what you all did, whether it's 1A, 2A, 3A, or even 4A, because there was a time people were like, oh, it don't matter, 1A, 2, man, it's competitive out there. And you all didn't beat what nobody would usually call just some punk teams. You all played some good competition, and you all rose to the occasion. And for that, you all not only have my respect, but have the respect of this city, not only from a basketball standpoint, but from a standpoint of being young men. I see my brother here, William O'Shields. William, raise your hand, senior. We worked at the Board of Review together. He's still over there, making sure we try to keep these property taxes low. But his son, who I consider my nephew, sits over there as well. And I am so proud of you, Lil William. I am so proud of what you've done, not only on the court, but more off the court. I don't think you've been selected with a basketball scholarship yet, unless it just happened yesterday. But I do know from an academic standpoint, you've been accepted to University of Illinois, University of Minnesota, Marquette, Indiana State, University of St. Thomas, and just ask for your academics. Y'all make some noise for that, because and I have no doubt that he's not the only one. He's just a representative of what DePaul College Prep is. And I remember some years ago, I gave you a signed autographed basketball. I think it was of Taylor Horton Tucker. And it was more about, more so you know who you can be, what you can see that you can be. And who knew Taylor would be as cold as he is right now in the NBA. And so all of those things are just a little bit of what we can pour into our young people. So I'm so proud of all of you all, and keep not only winning on the court, but in life off the court, as you all are doing now. God bless you all.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Madam President, I too support this resolution. I'm sorry that Coach Kleinschmidt can't be here. It would have been nice to see him. I don't have the phone book of information on the team and the school like my esteemed colleague from the 48th Ward does, but I promise to be much briefer and more complimentary, or as complimentary. It can't be any more complimentary than he was. But Mary Dempsey, I didn't know you're the president over there. Boy, everything you touch seems to come out to be gold. That's all I could say. Congratulations, Mayor. I mean, you were here at the library system when I started, and you did great things with the library, and now here you're at DePaul College Prep, and the team is doing great, and a big sports fan, big high school fan, and following you guys. You guys probably know some of the history when Coach Kleinschmidt played in the state championship, and then about 25 years later, DePaul was down in the state championship. Some of my daughter's friends were on the team, so congratulations. I know it's all about teamwork and everything, but there's, I know it's about it's not about the famous lady in this room right now, but you do have a famous mom at DePaul College Prep. Her daughter plays on the girls' team. I know you guys know. I know Harry knows. I know. I don't know if the rest of my colleagues know, but we won't mention her name. She's got a big smile on her face, and she's sitting in front of me. But you know, good things to come, hopefully, for the girls' team a couple years down the road. But congratulations to all you guys. I wish you nothing but the best. It's all about teamwork and sticking together. I know you guys, believe it or not, you guys will be friends forever. So 25, 30 years from now, you guys will still be talking to each other. So congratulations. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Nick. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President, and congrats to each and every one of you. You should be very proud, which I'm sure you are, and you will be proud in 20, 30, and 40 years from now of the accomplishment that you guys have made. If anything, I encourage all of you to stay in touch as much as possible. I know you guys will be going in different directions in life, but that one common thing and that one common accomplishment that you have had will bring you back. And if I could offer one bit of advice, try to stay in touch with one another, just to have dinner or meet up, even if it's once a year or once every 5 years. Chairman Osterman mentioned your coach, Tommy Kleinschmidt, and I don't know, I'm sorry that he's not here today as well. Tommy was tough when he was playing, and that, for old school Chicago people, was all you had to say about somebody, and you knew what that meant. Tommy would get after it. Tommy was a little bit older than me, so we never had a chance to actually compete. But we would, when Tommy was playing professional ball in Japan, and I was in college at that time, we used to do summer workouts together down at the beach or lifting at what was called Gordon at that time. But we had a lot of similarities, Tommy. We had some differences because I actually passed the ball once in a while. But all in all, there's going to come a time, I know right now you guys don't see it, some of you may go on to college basketball, some of you even may play pro at one point. And I encourage you to take it as far as you possibly can. But eventually that day will come when you'll be done. And I encourage you to be open-minded to mentor somebody else in your life. Because as you probably are starting to witness, basketball is much deeper than the games that you're playing. The relationships that you build, and the experiences that you have, and something as special as you have now, but you'll actually crave one day to help somebody else experience what you have been able to experience. And basketball, for me, changed my life. And I'm sure it has for you too. But you know, continue on this path that you are on, but also remember that one day somebody else will crave those same things that you do too. So I encourage you to consider when that day comes to eventually give back to somebody else, because Chicago at one point, and it's still in some parts and places, prided itself on how you played the game. Chicago was and will always be a tough city, and our attitude came through on the basketball court for many of us, and those who played know exactly what I'm talking about. So again, congratulations, and hopefully one day you will mentor and give back to somebody younger than you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Anyone else of the body that would like to speak to this resolution? I just want to say congratulations. Having been at many of your games, and particularly down the stretch, I support and echo what Alderman Osterman said. And I wasn't at the Joliet game, but somebody was giving me live updates, and when I got the word that you'd come back from a big deficit, and we're going to then win the game and make it downstate, there were a lot of cheers all around in my household. And you know, I'm particularly biased because I used to be on the board of the school as it was transforming from Gordon to DePaul, and now as a tuition-paying parent, I couldn't be more proud. And I'm going to challenge Alderman Martin. Let's help them get that athletic center built. But gentlemen, you've done your city, you've done your school, really, really proud. And I'm looking forward to seeing you play next year with the rising seniors and the other folks. We weren't sure what was going to happen this year with the departure of so many starters from the seniors last year. But man, oh man, you got bragging rights for a lifetime. So congratulations, one and all. Congratulations to the team. Congratulations to athletic director. And I would say Tom Kleinsmith is one of the finest people I've ever met. As we were going through our process, I think I've got a stack of cards which he would sign at the end. Be a Ram. So go Rams. Congratulations. Resolution 2 of 4. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a resolution honoring a legend, Coach Robert Smith, 19 seasons at Simeon High School. Any members of the body wish to speak to this resolution? Anyone? 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 I know, I'm just kidding. Alderman Moore, I'll save you for cleanup. How's that? The chair recognizes, ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats? The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
I'm hoping my esteemed colleague gets a bat cleanup, not
Yes,
first, so I know he
clean
has a
up.
lot to say. So once again, Coach, congratulations. I'm a huge sports fan, especially high school sports. Always root for the local teams, so it's always great to see Simeon doing great. I know you've coached a lot of great kids, so I just want to say congratulations. Keep up the good work, and I look forward to good things that continue to happen for Simeon. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other members that wish to speak to this before I turn to Mr. Simeon Wolverine himself? Alderman Moore, the floor is yours.
All right. Now, all this money that the basketball programs get from this school is because of Simeon. So everybody needs to be standing up. First of all, let me say congratulations, Coach Rob. You have been just a Herculean of a not only coach, but as a person. As you know, this is bigger than basketball. It's about producing good citizens and good young men, and I've seen you do that. And I've seen you do it not willing to lose, but willing to teach the guys that being a good person is more important than just basketball. I've seen you sit down starters, even if it was going to cost up a game, to teach them life lessons. I've seen you tell parents of superstars, NBA players, as parents get crazy sometimes, you can take your child and you can go if you don't want to follow the rules. Many coaches would not have done that because they always just want to focus on winning. But in doing that, you won. You won. And not only did you win, you're in a class that only a few coaches are in of becoming a 500 coach winner in high school basketball. I say that you taught the kids, but you also taught us as adults. We get crazy at games, and people criticize. And I heard you once say, "One people always criticize, and none of them ever coached a game or even played a game of basketball." And that stuck with me, and I would tell people that as they were always trying to criticize. Also, I remember on one occasion, you taught me a lesson. I was behind the bench, and one of the guards, I'm not going to call his name, this was about 4 or 5 years ago, was turning the ball over, and I just snapped out, and you turned around, and you said, "Be cool, man. These are just kids. These are just kids." And we have to be reminded of that sometimes, even as adults. When we talk about receiving accolades, one thing I noticed about you, Coach Rob, as I sit here right now, you could have had an entourage here if you would have told them. You have always been low-key, not willing to accept these accolades. But just like I heard you tell our students, appreciate the moment. Get embraced in the moment. Don't get caught up in the win or lose, because somebody's going to end up losing. But if you just focus on that, you're going to miss the moment. And I tell you that as well today. Embrace this moment. This is not just because you just leaving. This is about what you have done for not only Simeon basketball, but I know for a fact, basketball throughout this whole entire city. Because Simeon is up here, everybody else wanted to be up here.
And that made their players work harder, that made coaches work harder, that made people get out there and try to not only get the best young men that know how to play, but the best young men with attitudes, and teach them also how to be good young men. And so I thank you that, because you've added value to this city, and definitely to the city Simeon program. So as you deserve everything that all the accolades as we've been going downstate, and people recognizing you, you deserve it all. And I'm just saying, embrace the moment, appreciate it, and live in it right now, because it doesn't come around again that often. And I appreciate everything that you have done, because I don't have a lot of outlets. Working as an alderman, we don't get to do a lot. And Simeon basketball and our sports is my outlet. And I've been able to do that, whether traveling to New York with Derrick Rose when we were going to New York, or Boston when Taylor and them was playing. You gave me a chance to see places I wouldn't even see, because I was so busy trying to follow Simeon around. And so I thank you so much, and just embrace this moment. God bless you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make this brief. Coach Smith, you know, as a lifelong Northwest Side resident, I think it's important for me to stand and just recognize all the work that you do. Obviously, the success that you have had, that Simeon has had, is directly related to the work that you have done. And as my colleague Alderman Moore has just mentioned, you know, it's deeper than basketball. And anybody who's been in, I think any sporting teams knows just the impact that sports has on people, but especially coaches. You know, as a huge basketball fan myself growing up, I can't help but appreciate all the work that you have done, and just know that it's not just the South Side that recognizes what you do. It's also neighborhoods on the Northwest Side. I mean, you guys have been the blueprint of high school success for basketball. Oftentimes, as you probably know, you can tell a lot about a team, not by their wins or losses, but how they conduct themselves. And one thing I always appreciated about Simeon was how you were able to make sure that your players, even in the crip line, the layup line right before the game, I mean, the way you guys just conducted yourself was always in a professional manner. And I don't think any of us could really put our fingers on the impact that you have had on so many young men, and hopefully steered them in the right direction. So I think you should hear that. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think it's very important for you to understand that your impact, your legacy is not only on the South Side of Chicago, it's on the North Side as well. And there's many times that I went to the South Side to watch you play against the likes of Morgan Park, who I had to root for, by the way. My wife is a Morgan Park graduate, so I'm a Mustang fan, but I can't help but appreciate all the work that you have done, and much respect to you and all your accomplishments. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gardner. Any other members that wish to speak to this resolution? Well, folks, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. So this is actually in the formal record aside from the resolution. And I will say that Coach Smith is not one who seeks the limelight. When he won the city championship, he didn't want to even be in a picture with his players. He just wanted the focus to be on the players, which I think really speaks to the kind of person he was. But I also want to just relate, having watched that city championship, and if those of you who didn't see the Simeon team, they are stacked. I mean, they've just got talent for days. They've got two twins that play on the team, and we're going to see those guys and probably others play at the next level, in college for sure, and probably on to the pros. But in a very tense game against the Kenwood Broncos, Simeon's up 20 points. Game's in hand. David Moore is like walking around, feeling it. And then suddenly, the Broncos keep chipping away at the lead. 20-point lead disappears. I think David Moore was going to lose his mind, but luckily didn't. But went into overtime, and then, as we know, Simeon won that game. And to me, Coach, that moment where your team was way up and then way down and then got forced into overtime, the fact that you kept them together in that moment, kept their head in the game, and coached them to a victory, I think really speaks volumes about you and is a testament to your incredible body of work. Coach Smith is a graduate of Simeon, so he has walked those halls, and I think stands as an incredible example from the moment he became coach in 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, as Alderman Moore said, he's won over 500 games in that time and never lost, and lost fewer than 100. That's a pretty amazing body of work. 6 state championships. 6. Now, most coaches have their whole career and they never get one. And Coach Smith has 6. And who's he coached? Oh, you know, just the likes of Derrick Rose, Jabari Parker, Talon Horton-Tucker, Kendrick Nunn, and others. You have coached these young men not only on the basketball court, as you heard Alderman Moore say, but you coach them to be good leaders, strong black men. And for that, we will always be forever grateful. So, Coach Smith, you deserve all the accolades that you've received. We wish you well in your retirement. And, you know, folks, a lot of speculation about what I'm going to do after my time as mayor is open. I'm going to go and be the play-by-play commentator at Simeon. I wish. Coach Smith, thank you so much for everything you've done. Last resolution is in honor of Arab American Heritage Month. All right, and in the box are members of the Muslim Council, Engagement Council. We have Abdergola, Rush Dervish, Saba Avor, Hassan Najim, Amani Goulet, and Salman Aftab, the chair. Are there members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I definitely stand and rise in support of this resolution because one of the things in our communities, we know we have a lot of businesses that's owned and operated by people in the Arab community. But as I became alderman, one of the things I did is develop relationships. And when you develop those relationships, and one of my first relationships with development is not that I developed was not from the business side, but from having a fun time learning dances. And okay. That is why I'll talk about that later as I talk about having a cultural festival in Ogden, in Marquette Park. Because through music and through dance, man, you guys know how to party, boy, and to have some of the greatest food. But not only that, but just working with people like Saba and Abner and others, we've been able to have honest conversations and yet work to get things done within these communities. But also make sure that you all have a voice in this city as well. And so that's been important. And in working together, I think we've made some good accomplishments. And we're going to continue to make good accomplishments. So as we honor this celebration on this, for this month,
It's not just this month. You all add value throughout the year. And just like during Black History Month, we celebrate Black History Month, but it's more than just 1 month. It's 365 days in a year. So I thank you all. I continue and want to make sure we continue to have a partnership to make this city and this state a great place to live in. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Thank you all for being here as representatives of a very broad and rich community. As a representative for the 49th Ward and the Rogers Park community, we're fortunate and blessed to have so much of an influence from Arab Americans as well as many others. One of the oldest cultures that we've got in the world, and there's so much influence here in Chicago. So I just really appreciate your presence, your leadership, and the opportunity that you're giving us to celebrate such a broad, rich, wonderful culture. And as a personal note, if someone talks to me later, I did study Arabic a little bit and might be encouraged to, if you point me to some resources, pick up the language study again. It's such a beautiful language. So thank you so much, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, members of the City Council, and welcome to our distinguished guests here joining us today to celebrate Arab American History Month. This isn't just about Arab Americans. I think this is also an inclusive month that includes the entire MENA community, Middle Eastern and North African. And this body has done wondrous deeds to try to incorporate the larger MENA community into all aspects of public life. This administration has been very inclusive, but we have to continue to ensure that our brothers and sisters within the community know that they are, in fact, our brothers and sisters. We have to fight the urge to point fingers, as we did a few years back when many of the Arab business stores were closed during some of the violence that we saw going on in our city. We are partners. We are brothers. We are Chicagoans. And while it's great that we celebrate a month, this city belongs to each one of you, your families, your entire community, just as it did to the Irish, the Polish, the Mexican, African American, Puerto Rican, Asian, and everyone else in between. I would be remiss if I did not recognize the fact that we have some great organizations on the southwest side. Iman, whom usually my colleague who sits here, Alderwoman Coleman, speaks so highly of. Sanad, who I'm sure Alderman Moore is very familiar with Fatima on 63rd Street, who everyone knows Fatima, and if you don't, you will definitely know who Fatima is when you meet her. I'll give you a funny story right quickly. The first time I ever ran for office was well over a decade ago, and I sat down with Fatima, and she introduced me to something I had never tried before, Arabic coffee. I thought I was having a heart attack on 63rd Street. But it was well worth it, and it became addictive. And I think that joy that we get from learning each other's intricacies, delicacies, and quirks is what makes us better when we focus on that binds us all together. So I'm happy to stand in recognition, glad to see all of our friends that are here and all that are watching today, and wish you a very joyous holiday season and a joyous month celebrating your history and place in Chicago and indeed the United States. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. This was the first resolution I ever spoke on this City Council floor about a year ago. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to once again speak in support and really honor Arab American Heritage Month. And really acknowledge the contributions of you as leaders and how important representation is. It's wonderful to see so many faces and know that so many more are going to be working in government, moving forward with the new term. Never in the history of this city have we had more representation than we do today. And that's just only going to continue to grow with your leadership and continued efforts I honor each of you. I celebrate everything that you've accomplished, and really want to acknowledge the experience, the lived experience of those of us who are, you know, whatever it is, American, Arab American, Chinese American. Those experiences are very unique to the American culture, and really trying to fit in, but also chart a new path. And I think that's what we're doing every day. And I wish you all continued success in that. Thank you.
And thank you, Alderwoman Lee. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagesbeck.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to honor the Arab American community today with you through this resolution, and recognize all the unique experiences that all of the different communities within the Arab community have, both here in America and abroad, and hope that we can continue to work together to do away with the stereotypes, the negative ones, the negative issues of discrimination that all of our communities suffer through day in and day out. So we want to work to make sure that we're one city. And I think the people that I've worked with, the business owners, the different Muslim Community Center leaders, to continue to make sure that we stay together as one city and move forward as one. And I wish you all a generous Ramadan as you celebrate that through tomorrow, and hopefully break bread with my friends and family in iftar. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Wagesbeck. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, this body a year ago passed the first resolution identifying the Arab community, the MENA community, the first resolution in the country, and taking steps so that way we can include this community in the Minority Women Business Enterprise Program. We're in the process under this administration, hopefully the next administration, of doing a disparity study so that way we can include this community and allow them to participate on public contracts, and allow them the ability to compete, therefore bringing prices of city procurement down. The more businesses that are participating in pursuing bids, the better it is for the city. And so in my discussions with the Arab American Business Chamber, as well as residents from the mosque in my ward, this was something that was important, not just for them, but for the entire city. And I was happy that this body took action on it. As I stated before, this was the first resolution passed in the country that identified MENA as a community that would participate in the Minority Women Business Enterprise Program. And that's something that I'm glad this body stood up for, and something that we're looking to make sure comes to fruition. So congratulations, happy Ramadan. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Madam President. I too stand in support of this resolution. I'm happy to see all of you here, friends and colleagues. As you know, the 50th Ward is the most diverse ward, I say the most diverse ward in the city of Chicago. And what makes us so unique is that we all respect one another, we all get along with one another, we all work to make the 50th Ward and the city of Chicago the best that it possibly can be. So I want to wish you all very much success. I want to keep our relationship alive and continuing to grow, to do the best things we can for the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also stand in support of this resolution. Mahaba and Shukram for the contributions that you all make to the city of Chicago. You know, a lot of us on the west side and the south side, a lot of our communities would really be deserts, food deserts, if it wasn't for the Arab community. You guys are the ones who had the heart and the courage to come to our community and open up stores. And so we really appreciate your contribution to our neighborhoods in the city, but not just with the stores, but in development in science, in all types of industries, in the hospitals, everywhere. You all are part of the fabric of the city of Chicago. And we're so proud to be partners with you all. And happy Ramadan. I know you all are happy that, you know, tomorrow's the last day, then you guys can start eating like regular, right? So God bless you all.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm pleased to briefly and succinctly stand in recognition of this resolution, not only for all of your contributions and your community's contributions to this city, and to not duplicate points, to recognize in this moment the broader Arab community world outside of Chicago, and in this moment, to share our city's solidarity with everyone fighting for freedom and stability and peace and for equal rights in their country, in their community, across the Arab world, to express that solidarity in this moment. Thank you.
Alderman Laspada. Any other members of the body that wish to speak to this resolution? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we know each other well. We've spent a significant amount of time together over these last 4 years, and it's only fitting on this last day of council for this term, but also in the midst of Ramadan and Arab American Heritage Month, that we celebrate and salute the work that you've done. We know that we have to continue to stand together as a community, linked arm in arm, that our fates are intertwined, and that we must always stand up against hate and ignorance. There's more work to be done, but I'm confident that we have paved the right path for the journey to continue. So congratulations. Thank you all for your tireless work on behalf of your community, but also on behalf of our city. We wish you the best. Thank you. All right, that's our last resolution. Alderman Mitchell? Not here. Can I call upon Alderwoman Harris to move the passage of these resolutions in the omnibus?
I move passage of the resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Can I have you move for us to return to the regular order of business?
I move motion that we go back to the regular order of business, Madam
Hearing no
President.
objections, so ordered. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is communications. Madam Clerk.
Communications from Her Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt housing revenue bonds for the construction of the Thrive Exchange South project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the rehabilitation of Renaissance apartments. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement with Hudson Michigan Avenue Owner LLC for improvements at 2222 South Michigan. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement with Steep Theater Company of the rehabilitation of the property located at 5300-5318 North Kenmore Avenue. Your favorable consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funds for improvements at Black Hawk Park. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori E. Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with 221 East 49th Street LLC for the development of Overton Center of Excellence. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the provision of funds and land transfers for improvements of First Nations Garden. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of the Aviation Commissioner, I transmit here an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of a state-owned property located at 5400 West 63rd Street. Your favorable consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the provision of certain relief to airport concessionaires. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Clifford Rome for improvements of Rome's Joy. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Cup O' Joe Coffee LLC for improvement at Veterans Roasters. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Government and Budget Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here with the ordinance to appropriate opioid and vaping settlement funds. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing Class 6B tax incentive of a property located 6500 West Cortlandt Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very to yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance amending the Building, Neighborhoods, and Affordable Homes Ordinance. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the negotiated sale of city-owned properties. Favorable consideration of this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the transfer of Highland Tudor Manor and an affordable housing building to a new owner. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an extended right of entry agreement with Austin United Alliance, LP. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the provision of funds and land transfers for improvements at Calumet Gateway Garden. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. At the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here the ordinance authorizing the provision of funds, land transfers for the improvements of Echo Orchard North Garden. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner of Transportation, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Forest Preserves of Cook County regarding trainings for the Green Corps Chicago program. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor for the Committee on Workforce Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed by my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Notification of designation of John L. Hendricks, an additional proxy to affix signature of mayor to certain documents. Notification of sale of City of Chicago multifamily house revenue bonds, Churchview Homes Project Series 2023A and 2023B. Funding loan notification of City of Chicago multifamily housing revenue note West Haven IID Series 2023. Amendment number 4 to Northwest Industrial Corridor tax increment, refinancing the redevelopment plan and project. Office of the Inspector General's advice regarding interdepartmental coordination and city's administrative officer position. Office of the Inspector General's first quarter report for year 2023 and the tabulated statement of returns and proclamation of results and canvass of election returns for February 28, 2023 general election. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on March 15, 2023, is required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on April 19, 2023 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I also informed the City Council that the call for the special meeting and the matters considered by the City Council on March 30, 2023, is required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on April 19, 2023, or more newspapers were published in pamphlet form by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copy of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance, and recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Clark Netsch House at 1700 North Hudson Avenue as Chicago Landmark, which referred to the Committee of Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, are committee reports. And I'm going to ask members of the gallery to please remain in your seats. We've had business to conduct and appreciate that there's a lot of interest in talking, but we need to get on with the business. First up, the Committee on Finance. Chairman Wade is back.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which met on April 17, 2023. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into a loan restructuring agreement with Parkside Terrace Apartments, LLC for properties located at 128 to 130 North Parkside Avenue and 143 North Parkside Avenue located in the 29th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move to concur with the committee's favorable recommendation by a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
The voting is now open. If you need help with your login credentials or your vote, please raise your hand. Please hit submit. The voting is now open.
Anna. We need some help up here.
Okay. Just mark yourself present and hit submit. Yep, it's going.
Cookies. Oh, sorry.
One time in 1 year. It's all good. Please make sure to hit submit and refresh. I will now take a voice vote for those who have not voted. Alderman LaSpada. Yeah, Alderman LaSpada is a yay. is a yes. Alderman Maldonado. Alderman Maldonado just went in. Yes. Alderman Burnett. Not in his chair. Alderman Silverstein, not in her chair. All right, the voting is now closed. Oh, Alderman Silverstein? Alderman Silverstein is a yes. We will mark you yes. The voting is now closed. So she's 47. Should be 47.
All right, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. Alderman Kappelman on a motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Aye. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wegas, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Item number 2 is a communication recommending the approval of the development and use of facilities at Durkin Park and adjacent property located in the 18th Ward, and execution of the associated water supply agreement with the City of Joliet. If anyone wishes to speak on this item, I'd like to just make a couple comments, but I'd be happy to let anyone else speak first.
The floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam President. First, thank you to you and your team, the finance team, the Water Department for working on this incredible agreement for the City of Chicago. This is an important agreement both for our city finances, our parks, but also for the region. And I ask for colleagues' strong support of this item on the agenda. To make some important points here, this Joliet deal has a total value to the city over the lifetime of the agreement of close to $1 billion. It will provide us with $30 million in annual revenue and will position the city to acquire more regional customers for the water supply in the region. We've added just this year Oswego, Montgomery, and Yorkville, and will continue to add more as this agreement strengthens with the City of Joliet. Joliet, as you know and you've been briefed on, is going to construct at their own expense a $1 billion pipeline and will abide by all city hiring requirements for the City of Chicago as opposed to those of Joliet for the portion of the pipeline that is ours. They're also going to pay nearly $4 million in improvements to the surrounding parks, many of which are in the 18th Ward. Alderman Curtis and other aldermen in the area will benefit from that, and hopefully as the construction ends at Durkin Park, children and families will be able to go to those improved parks and then come back to Durkin when the, I believe it's 2 years worth of construction is done. So as we stated in many of the hearings and briefings, this is an important project both for the parks, for the finances, and the future of our regional cooperation with many of our suburban counterparts. So I just ask for your favorable consideration on this item. And Madam President, unless someone wishes.
The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, as I stated in finance, this is a great deal for the city of Chicago. I think that it would benefit us tremendously with the revenue that will be coming in. Again, Chicago doesn't have to foot any bill for this project. It will all be paid for by the City of Joliet. And again, everyone has a right to fresh and clean water. And again, I'm asking for everyone favorable consideration. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. Chairman Wegas, back to you have a motion.
So, Madam President, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement regarding the sale and demolition of property and the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $18,700,000 for 548 Passive HP LP and 548 Humboldt Park Incorporated LLC to construct affordable housing at 3831 West Chicago Avenue, 3853 West Chicago Avenue, 739 North Springfield Avenue, and 741 North Springfield Avenue, located in the 37th Ward. I believe Alderwoman Mitz wishes to speak on this item.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to stand and first say thank you
for Invest Southwest. As you're leaving on a good note, still providing those service for areas that have totally been underserved and underrepresented by the city of Chicago. This is one step in moving in the right direction. I'm looking forward to this project becoming a reality. I want to thank the community, all the supporters, Alderman Burnett, who was awarded an award, as I mentioned yesterday, Alderman Burnett. I was glad you was out of the room so you wouldn't take over the project from me, because you're on the other side of the street. I still stand today that we're working in collaboration and conjunction to make it better for all of the residents within the area. It's not just about award, because we are utilizing TIF dollars from the TIF funding there. And thanks to all of you for your support, and looking forward to a great project as we continue to break ground for that. Thank you.
Recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not going to say too much.
So I'll sit down.
But I just want to say, sharing that area with Alderman Mitz and having young African American developers to be able to develop over there has brought so much hope to the neighborhood, and it has engaged so many people where now they can see what the area can be instead of what it is. So I just want to commend yourself, the Department of Planning, and everyone that has been involved, that these things have really brought a lot of hope to our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Chairman Wagesman.
Madam President, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
I hear no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement for the sale of property and provision of various financing through tax increment financing funds in the amount of $12 million for the development of affordable housing at 4713 Northwestern Avenue, located in the 47th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. This has been a project in our community in the 47th Ward that my team and I have been working on for over 3 years now. It's a long process, a complicated process, but ultimately one that will bring over 60 affordable units to a community that desperately needs it. One in which, as home prices and property values have gone up, as we've seen deconversions of 2 and 3 flats into single families that many people have lived there for generations no longer can afford to be there. This was a real community effort. This was something where our Chamber of Commerce was supportive, 3 neighborhood associations, the Department of Planning and Development under Commissioner Cox, Commissioner Navarra, and Housing, and you, Mayor. I want to appreciate publicly you and the other leaders in this administration for helping get this important project across the finish line, and hopefully one that continues to serve as a model for what wards like mine need to do to make sure that if we say that we are inclusive, we need to bring about projects and policies that make that a reality. So I'm grateful for Chairman Wagesbeck's leadership over this, as well as many of my other senior colleagues who have helped get this across the finish line, and I hope for this body's favorable consideration. Thank you.
Alderman Martin. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to commend my neighboring colleague, Alderman Martin. As somebody who was right next door watching as the process was playing out, it really took a lot of work. It took a lot of patience. We saw folks who prioritized parking over affordability and really showed the parts of Chicago we don't often want to see. And I think it took a lot for Alderman Martin to have the patience through all that to really bring the level of affordability that we need in Lincoln Square area. And so I wanted to thank him and you as well. It definitely took a while, but it is most welcome in our community, and we need to see more of it in Chicago. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Chairman Wagesman.
President, I just renew my motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Item number 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with Cirque Esteem Incorporated for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $5 million in a Chicago Recovery Plan Community Development Grant for development of the property at 4730 North Sheridan Road, located in the 46th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes
But I'll
Alderman
wait.
Kappelman.
Thank you, Madam President. This organization, Circus Team, exists actually right behind my home. It's an organization that gets students from all over. Different ethnic groups, different income levels. They come together and they learn circus acts. That means they have to learn teamwork. So kids from all different backgrounds working together. After they do these circus acts, they earn money from it. That goes into their education fund. It checks all the boxes. This is an organization that will be in my will. I strongly, strongly support them. So I ask my colleagues to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kappelman. Chairman?
Thank you, and I'll renew that motion, Madam President.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Moving on to item number 6, this is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement with Lillian Marcy Legacy Company for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $6 million to rehabilitate and develop property at 4341 to 4343 South Cottage Grove Avenue, located in the 4th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 7 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement with Westside Health Authority, Austin Coming Together, and QA LICB for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $12,250,000 for the construction of the Aspire Center at 5500 West Madison Street, located in the 29th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 8 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to make a second amendment to the Madison-Austin Corridor Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 9 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement with Team Pioneros, LLC, for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $13 million for development at 4000 West North Avenue, located in the 26th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item.
The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I stand in full support, and I'm very honored to support this proposed TIF for this development. Madam President, this was the first Invest Southwest development that we have in any Latino community in the city of Chicago. And you have been exceptionally supportive of this development, and I want to thank you for this, for your continued support to make this development to get to the finish line. The second phase of this development will comprise of 88 new affordable housing units, 100% affordable for working families. And all of the units are going to be looking the skyscraper of downtown, from the first unit on the first floor all the way to the 9th floor. And it's so beautiful because as you drive south on Pulaski Avenue on a sunny day, you're going to be able to see through the reflection of the glass all the colors of all of the flags of Latin America. So this is really a design that really represents the the ambitions and the goals and the wishes of all our Latino community for that part of the city. So thank you so much, and I hope this is going to be just the second or third of many more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. Chairman Wagesback.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement with Celadon Construction Corporation, NFP, Celadon Partners, LLC, Blackwood Development Partners, LLC, and forthcoming QALICB for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $5 million for redevelopment work at 4700 South Ashland Avenue, 4707 South Marshfield Avenue, and 1635 to 1643 West 47th Street, located in the 20th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 11 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2 million for renovations of Winnemac Park at 5100 North Levitt Street, located in the 40th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 12 is the report of cases in which judgments or settlements were entered into for the month of March of 2023. These will be placed on file with the clerk. Items 13 and 14 consist of authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city and denials of payment of various small claims against the city. If there is no objection, I ask that these be placed on the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 15 is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Swart et al. Versus the City of Chicago et al., cited as 2019 C-6213 in the amount of $205,000. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes the report of the Committee on
Thank you,
Finance.
Chairman Wagesback. Next up, the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting on April 17th, 2023. The committee recommends passage of the following item. Number 1, a substitute ordinance concerning an amendment to the annual appropriation ordinance year 2023 within Fund Number 925 for the Department of Housing, the Department of Public Health, the Department of Family and Support Services, the Chicago Police Department, and the Office of Energy Management, Emergency Management, and Communications. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Rules, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Committees and Rules, which met virtually Tuesday, April 18th, 9:30 a.m. The committee recommends the following journal corrections and re-referrals. Item number 1 and 2 are corrections of the City Council Journal of Proceedings of December 14th, 2022. Items 1 and 2 received a due pass recommendation. Madam President, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The committee recommends that item 3 be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Ordinance 2023-1340, redevelopment agreement with the allocation of the eligible TIF increment financing assistance to BR Congress Owner, LLC, Congress Theater, NFP, for renovations of the facilities at 2135 North Milwaukee Avenue as a state-of-the-art entertainment, live performance, music venue, affordable residential units, retail, restaurant, and office space. I move approval of the recommendation that item 3 be re-referred to the Committee on Finance by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. Next up, the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, Chairman Villegas.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. On Tuesday, April 11, 2023, the committee held a virtual meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 10 on the agenda are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas collectively voted on by the committee members. Appointments of Henry Luna to SSA number 2, Belmont Central Commission, located in the 30th, 31st, and 36th wards. Appointment of Marco Vargas and reappointment of Michael Rafferty to SSA number 18, North Halsted Commission, located in the 44th and 46th wards. Appointment of Jane Byers to SSA number 20, Southwestern Avenue Commission, located in the 19th ward. Appointment of Laura Majiska to SSA number 23, Clark Street, Lincoln Park Commission, located in the 43rd ward. Reappointment of Julia Perkins to SSA number 43, 71st Street, Island Commission, located in the 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. Appointment of Carl Porter III to SSA number 50, Calumet Heights, Avalon Commission, located in the 5th and 8th wards. Appointment of Reinaldo Artiaga to SSA number 59-2022, 59th Street Commission, located in the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 23rd wards. Appointment of Lisa Orloff to SSA number 79, Lawrence Pulaski, Elston Commission, located in the 39th ward. Appointment of Charles Stewart to SSA number 27, West Lakeview Commission, located in the 32nd, 44th, and 47th wards. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The last item on the agenda was a very informative resolution and associated subject matter hearing on the required reporting of technology vendors who contract with the city in the overall expansion of diversity and equity within technology in the city of Chicago. Vice Chairman Mitchell and the ECTD committee members and I would like to thank the participants for their insightful testimony and valuable contributions. I'd like to thank Nitesh Dixit, from Managing Partner at Gartner, Matthew Beasley, Senior Director, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Gartner, Josh Curian, Field Sales Manager at CDW Government, Jermaine Reese, Manager of Business Diversity at CDW, Sue Choi, Director of Human Resources at Clarity Partners, and Callie Van Beber, Principal Human Resources Generalist at Clarity Partners. We look forward to continuing these important conversations, and I move for passage of this resolution by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Health and Human Relations, Chairman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which held a remote meeting on April 13, 2023. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Substitute Ordinance SO 2023-1011, amendment of the Municipal Code to require reports from relevant departments on efforts to address homelessness. I move passage of the first item by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The second item is the approval of 02023-1324, amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-4 by adding a new section 2-4-120 regarding establishment of gender-based violence task force. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The third item is the approval of R 2023-499, call for Congress to pass House Joint Resolution removing deadline for ratification of Equal Rights Amendment and to establish the 28th Amendment of the United States Constitution. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And the last item was withheld in committee, R 2023-308, recognition of historical and cultural significance in the Nowruz Iranian New Year. And at this time, I'll say this, Madam President, it's been an honor to serve you, to serve the 6th Ward, and serve the City of Chicago, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Next up, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, Chairman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. Members.
Sergeant Harms.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a remote.
Chairman Osterman, if I just ask you to hold for one moment. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like the bad leave to be counted with the first roll call in the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Record will so reflect. Chairman Osterman, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a meeting on April 11, 2023. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following. Item number 1 is a lease agreement with Joyner Real Estate LLC for Suite 102 at 217 East Monroe Street in Springfield, Illinois, for use of the city legislative staff. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is an amendment to Municipal Code, Section 2-44-080, regarding the definition of developers' eligible criteria within the 2015 Affordable Rent Requirements Ordinance. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a negotiated sale of city-owned property at 5408 South Dearborn, 5410 South Dearborn, 5440 South Dearborn, 5407 South Federal, 5419 South Federal, and 5400 South Federal to Center Court Development, LLC, for construction of duplexes and townhomes in the 3rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 4 is the acquisition by the Department of Planning and Development for improved or vacant lots at 3801-3809 West Madison, 3857-3859 South Madison, 3851-3855 West Madison, and 3849 West Madison for public purposes, including revitalization of West Madison Street in the 28th Ward. To make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a negotiated acquisition of property at 3407 West Harrison and 3409 West Harrison Street for the conservation designation within the Midwest Redevelopment Project area. In the 24th Ward, I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 6 is the acquisition agreements for vacant improved properties at 3200 West Lake Street, 100 North Kedzie, 107-111 North Kedzie, and 3148 West Washington for implementation of the Chicago Central Park Plan and Kinsey Plan and Midwest Plan in the 27th and 28th Wards. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 7 is adopt a landmark grant funding agreement with Greenstone United Midwest Church for preservation work, including the bell tower located at 111-211 South St. Lawrence. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
And just so the record is clear, I think that you were talking about 11211 South St. Lawrence. The chair
Correct.
recognizes Alderman Beal.
Me and Alderman Lopez move to DNP that item.
The matter will be deferred and published.
So, Madam, I would hope that that item is taken up by the first Housing Committee in the new City Council, as that has been a competitive bid process. Item number 8 is the amendment of the 2016 Rush Medical Center redevelopment ordinance, which seeks a release from plan permission to sell land in the Fifth Third Arena to the Blackhawks for expansion at 301-334 South Damon, with the excess proceeds from the city to go to community wellness programs, including the Sankofa Wellness Center in the 27th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Just a point of clarification, I think the address is 301-339
South Damon, yes.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I also would like to thank you, Madam President, for asking me to be the Housing and Real Estate Committee Chairman. I want to thank the members of the Housing and Real Estate for a very productive 4 years. on very important issues for our city. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Chairman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a virtual meeting on April 17, 2023, and the following items were passed by the committee. Item number 02023-1329, an ordinance to amend Title 2, 4, and 6 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, modifying various sections regarding criminal history. Madam President, I think Alderman Burnett wishes to speak on this item. If
The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Madam President, first of all, for putting a task force of people in the returning residents community to be able to work on these policies and having your policy director to work with us to scan all of the city ordinances and policies in relationship to returning residents. First of all, by changing the description from ex-cons or ex-offenders to returning residents, giving returning residents dignity as they come back home and try to get themselves stabilized, but also allowing returning residents to be able to bid on city projects. Also, little things like being able to get a license to work in the Maxwell Street Market. I would be remiss if I did not commend and thank the 39 aldermen who signed on to the ordinance, and I want to apologize to the aldermen that I did not have a chance to get you to sign on to the ordinance. And I think, Madam President, that many the other 11 probably wanted to sign on also, and I hope that there's a way that they can sign on to this. But this ordinance gives returning residents an opportunity to be able to get certain licenses. It gives them an opportunity to be able to have a conversation about the situation if somebody have a concern with them, and it gives them dignity. You know, we wouldn't be a good society if we did not give people an opportunity to get it right. And Mayor, you have given folks the opportunity to get it right. And I just want to thank you and say God bless you for when you help a returning resident like myself. Not only do you help them, you help all of the generations that come after them and all of their family members. So I just want to say thank you very much, and God bless you, and thank everyone for working on this ordinance. Thank you very much.
If I may, Chairman Mitz, I think we also owe Chairman Burnett a debt of gratitude for helping us understand the importance of helping this community and making sure that they actually have the ability to come back to our communities and not be subject to permanent punishment. So thank you, Alderman Burnett, for your role as a role model, but also leading this work for a very long time. We were always happy to collaborate with you, and I think the passage of this ordinance is going to inure to the benefit of all of our residents for years to come. So thank you, sir. Back to you, Chairman.
Madam President, before I move passage on this, I also want to just thank Alderman Burnett. I think we owe a great debt of gratitude as not only as alderman, but just as citizen to have denied and deprived one who have been convicted crimes that they didn't even commit, crimes for just the marijuana, and now it's legal, but yet they can't cut hair. Crimes for just small things that takes away one's dignity, their pride, and their self-respect. I wouldn't be remiss if I wouldn't say thank you, Alderman Burnett, for your leadership on this ordinance. And if there wishes to be no other one to speak on it, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the License Committee and pass this item by the same roll call vote as item number 1 on the Committee of Finance report and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The next item, item number 202023-1269, an ordinance to amend the municipal code designating the 23rd precinct of the 13th ward as restricted residential zone, prohibiting additional shared housing and vacational rental. No one wishes to speak on this item. I move passage of this item by the same most favorable roll call vote as item number 1 on the Committee on Finance and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Next item, item number 02023-1269, an ordinance amending Chapter 4:17 of the Municipal Code regarding ordinance amending restricted residential zone due to ward redistricting in the 13th ward. I move passage of this item by the same roll call vote as item number 1 on the Committee on Finance and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The last item to report, the ordinance, item number 02022-2728, received the do not pass recommendation. We have 4 ordinances regarding moratoriums in the 2nd, 23rd, and 50th ward. Item number 02023-1258. In the 2nd, item number 02023-1146, 23rd, and item 02023-1265 in the 23rd. Item number 02023-1299 in the 50th. I move passage of these items by the same most favorable roll call vote as item number 1 on the Committee on Finance report and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
This concludes my report, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Thursday, April 13, 2023. Before the committee, there were 115 items. There were 113 routine items that passed and 2 routine items that did not pass. There were 2 items that were deferred, 02023-1317 and 02023-1325. If there's no objections, I move for the passage of these ordinances in the omnibus. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Next up, the Committee on Public Safety, Chairman Talaferro.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Public Safety, for which a meeting was held on Friday, April 14, 2023, by virtual remote means. The committee recommends the passage of the following items. Item number 1 is an appointment of Andrea Safakis as a member of the Chicago Police Board. Item number 2 was the appointment of Asia Favors as a member of the Chicago Police Board. And item number 3 was Ordinance 2022-2993, which is an intergovernmental agreement with the Commuter Rail Division of the Regional Transportation Authority to accept a Metro donation of a historic rail car for conditional use at the city's Joint Public Safety Training Campus. With the exception of Alderman Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as a no vote on item number 1 and item number 2, I move the passage of this item, or these items, by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Madam President, I was a no in committee, but I did my homework, and I'm okay with it now, so I just I don't want the two of them to take it anything personal. So I did, Chairman, I did do my homework, and everything's all good. So I know you didn't have me as a no, but I still want to clarify my no vote in committee is now a yes vote in council. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. With the no vote recorded for the record, hearing no further objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. And just as a closing note, I'd like to thank this council for serving as chairman of this committee over the last 4 years. It's been a very interesting journey as chairman of public safety. But I'd also like to thank you for putting that confidence in me to chair this committee. And thank you for making public safety your top priority over the last 4 years. So I appreciate your service to the city and also being able to discuss these very important issues with you. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, meeting held on April 12th, 2023. The following ordinance passed by the majority of the members present. On pages 2 through 4 includes 24 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderpersons from wards 1, 6, 11, 13, 14, 19, 21, 24, 27, 30, 32, 35, 36, 41, 42, 47, and 48. On page 5 includes one transportation ordinance located in the 42nd Ward, and on page 6 includes one vacation ordinance also located in the 42nd Ward. If there are no objections, Your Honor, I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Next up, the Committee on Workforce Development, Chairman Sidlowski Garza.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Workforce Development, which held a meeting on April 10th, 2023. There were 2 items on the agenda. The first item was a direct introduction, item 0223-1494, a collective bargaining agreement between AFSCME Council 31 and the City of Chicago, and it was passed by a unanimous voice vote of those members present. Unless someone wants to speak to this item, I move for the first most favorable vote on the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The second item was a direct introduction, item number R2023-637, a direct introduction of an amendment to the salary resolution regarding the salary schedule. This was passed out of committee by a voice vote. Unless someone wants to speak to this item, I move for the most favorable vote on the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
This concludes the report on the Committee on Workforce Development. Madam President, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm proud and humbled to have served this committee, and I want to say thank you to you for your support. We've accomplished a lot of things. Fair Work Week, right to return. We passed the minimum wage 2 years ahead of the state. We took the tipped workers out of the airport and put them into a living wage category. We passed the labor peace agreement, and this body has changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of workers. And without your support, that wouldn't have happened. So I want to say thank you. And thank you to everyone for allowing me to be chairman of Workforce Committee. It's been an honor and a privilege to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Garza. Last but not least, Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, Chairman Tunney.
Madam President and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on April 18th of 2023. Reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of members present. Page 1 contains the amendment of Municipal Code Chapters 4-8 and 7-19 regarding the licensing of urban farms and community gardens. At the request of Alderman Beal and Alderman Lopez, this item is being deferred and published. Next up on page 1 also contains 2 fee waivers for historical landmark designations in the 4th Ward. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection. Page 1 also contains the historical landmark designation for the Greater Union Baptist Church located in the 27th Ward at 1956 West Warren Boulevard. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 contains the historical landmark designation for Promontory Point in the 5th Ward, east of South Jean Baptiste Point du Sable Lakeshore Drive, between 54th and 56th. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council, and to Chairman Tunney. On behalf of not just the residents of the 5th Ward, I know that some of you all are here. Jack, all of you all, can you all stand up? The people that are here today from my community have stood with me for 23 years in making sure this happened. And Mayor Lightfoot, I have to thank you and your administration for supporting us and actually seeing that it happened. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alderwoman Hairston, having walked the point together, I'm very partial to Promontory Point.
We are, but
a lot of time there.
And this is a testament to what happens when we put all of our efforts and our resources together and the types of things that we can accomplish. So thank you.
We need to just make sure that the Army Corps of Engineers makes good on the promise and the monies that we secured so that we shore up the foundation of the point for years and years to come.
I also wanted to commend Alderwoman Hairston. We've been on north side and south side dealing with the revetment in the Army Corps of Engineers. So your insistence on representing your community is well noted. So thank you very much for that. All right, let's see. Pages 1 through 17 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 11th, 13th, 22nd, 24th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 42nd, 44th, 45th, 46th, and 48th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And pages 17 through 18 contain various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in the 4th, 11th, 12th, 23rd, 27th, 28th, 40th, 41st, 42nd, and 44th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, thank you, and thank you, members, for being your zoning chair. Job that I truly, truly admire each and every one of you for working on behalf of your communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the agreed calendar. Chairman Harris.
Thank you. I've received from the city clerk, Andrea and Valencia, a total of 155 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Mayor Lightfoot and the following aldermen: Alderman Hairston, Alderman Harris, Alderman Garza, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Burke, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Scott, Alderman Irving, Alderman Cardona, Alderman Wagensback, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Mitz, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Riley, Alderman Gardner, Alderman Kappelman, Alderman Martin, and Alderman Haddon. I would like to move these in the omnibus. Madam President, Alderman Hairston has a group that she needed to acknowledge.
Let's deal with this first. Hearing no objection, so ordered. These matters will be considered in the omnibus. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the temporary suspension of the rules to acknowledge my fine students from Hyde Park Career Academy. Can you all stand up? They've been here since early this morning. And let me tell you, these young people are engaged, are active. They are learning their civics. They're learning how to community organize. They are focused on safety in their schools. They are, no, not Kenwood, Hyde Park. And they are doing so many things to be a positive change, not just in their school, but in their community. They have been with me, challenging me for these past 4 years. So I want to say thank you all, congratulations, and hopefully the ones that come after you will continue to keep this up.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to say to the Hyde Park students, thank you all for pushing us. You all are the leaders that we've been waiting on. We're looking forward to you all sitting in these seats. You have to be here to create the change you want to see. And while we're quick to demonize young people, you see what young people could do.
That's right. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Madam President, we have a number of our colleagues that are leaving us, leaving this body. And so today I'm kind of sad that my colleagues are leaving me. Some of them have been instrumental in my career. They've made me better. They made me a better person. They watched my back when I didn't know it needed to be watched. And while we always haven't agreed in this body, I will say that we work really hard to come together, at times be a family, be friends, and that's what I've loved the most about working with 49 wonderful individuals. In this body, we have people who have served as long as 50+ years. Who's that? Who's that? Who has learned and has been instrumental in changing the city of Chicago. And I'm gonna start with him because he actually created the smoking ban when people weren't even thinking about no smoking. And he helped saving our lives today because we don't have secondhand smoke, not just in this building, but in restaurants. So today, on behalf of all of us, and because I'm gonna stop talking, because I don't want to start crying. We put together these lovely gifts, and if you wondered what happened to your name tag, I borrowed it today. It's not that we was kicking you out ahead of time. I know you did, it's stolen. But I got Stu Garza here. But it actually is your name tag and a flag to remind you of the commitment that you gave to this body, and a little memory about all the work and the hard time that you spent in this building, to say thank you, and that we really are paying attention and we really do appreciate who you are. So you get yours. Don't start crying. You're gonna make me cry. Don't cry. So on behalf of the other of us that get the privilege to stay here with each other, we gift you the flag that you may always remember us, and that you may always think of these hallowed halls, and that you may always think of this chamber. And so, yeah, everybody should sign them. But to say thank you for your service, may God bless you. To the mayor, who has been an awesome leader for the city of Chicago, I cannot thank you enough for your commitment, your time, your service to the city of Chicago. I have enjoyed every minute of this journey, and it has been a real amazing journey. You taught me how to put on a seat belt and buckle in. And so I appreciate you, but more than that, I appreciate the legacy that you're going to leave for the city moving forward. We thank you, we appreciate you, and I love you, and thanks for the opportunity for me to be here in Rules.
Any recognition today? I think this is a day for the aldermen who are departing, who have served the city so well and selfishly. But I appreciate the acknowledgement. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to rise. Thank you, Chairman Harris, for the wonderful gifts that you've arranged and the recognition on this last council meeting of this term. As a first-term person, I just want to thank every single member of the body, especially our departing colleagues, for all of your work, all of your service, for the information, the learning, the lessons, the collaboration, the debates, the disagreements and the arguments. But I'll say, as someone who got to work alongside and with local government before running for office, some of you I met before, some of you I worked with before, but being a part of the body has really been, and it's really been an honor to work with every single one of you. Mayor, you and your team as well. It's been a fantastic and a wild 4 years, definitely. I had someone speaking to me a couple days ago and asking me like really simple questions about something at the beginning of the term. And 4 years is not a lot of time, but there's just so much that has happened in this 4 years that I had a hard time unpacking like the information. So just a lot of respect and well wishes for all of my departing colleagues, especially those of you who served more than one term, because I can't imagine everything that you've got to unpack, all the memories, all the information, the knowledge, and all the experiences that you've been able to share in serving your community. So just appreciate you all. Madam President, thank you so much, and well wishes.
Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. I thought you was about to make a speech, but I was like, you can't make a speech until everybody speak. First of all, it's a lot of our colleagues that's leaving, and whether people agree with everybody or not, just taking on the responsibility to serve is a great responsibility. And I'm not going to go through the whole list and call everybody's name, but I definitely want to give a special shout out to Alderman Leslie Harrison, Rod Sawyer, Harry Osterman. Appreciate you so much for always trying to, be a bridge among communities and focusing on that. And when we have these tough conversations to do things, it's good to have somebody to be a voice, and I appreciate that so much. Alderman King, you undoubtedly know already how I feel about you and how much I'm definitely going to miss you in this council. Chairman Burke, someone that embraced me immediately when I came in, but already knew about you. Reverend Evans taught me a long time ago, never let anybody allow anyone to choose your friends for you. And you were a friend of his. He respected you, relied on you a lot, and you became a friend to me. And for that, I say thank you. To the person that's not here, but one that stood with me when it wasn't popular, and that's Chairman Carrie Austin. She meant so much to me. She was the mother of this council, and definitely she's always in my prayers, and if she's listening, I thank you so much for all that you've not only done for me, but I've seen you do for other members of this council. And to you, Mayor, when you first ran and we were on the phone, and it's hard to keep, it's easy to campaign, but it's hard to keep those promises. And one of the things that was important to me is that we keep a strong police superintendent, a strong person at CPS, and my main thing is a Marshall Plan. Mayor, I gotta say you did all three that I had asked, all three, and they were critical to helping move this city forward. And I tell people both in public and private, and I'll say it here because I've said it publicly already, you've done more than any other mayor in this city, and I say including here Washington, because he did not get a chance to do everything he wanted to do when we talk about investing in the south and on the south and west sides of Chicago. He laid the foundation, but you implemented things, and I want to thank you for that, because I've been serving in government since I was 11 years old, seeing many vacant lots, seeing many things, and seeing intentionality not going to the south and west side of Chicago. You were intentional about that. And yes, I wish we could have done more, but you made a big dent in it, and I thank you so much for your leadership and for doing that and focusing, because anybody after you have to do it now. They have to focus on the south and the west side of Chicago. They have to make sure they're doing a Marshall Plan, wherever they call it, on the south and west side of Chicago, and that I appreciated you, and I wish you and your family well. God bless you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Ramirez-Rosa.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My mother always says, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Well, I've got some nice things to say, so I too rise to be associated with these resolutions. You know, Jesus Christ said that in the end days, the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. So this is the end of this term. And I'll start with the 48th Ward, Alderman Osterman. Harry, I learned a lot from you. Working with you on the Empowering Communities for Public Safety Ordinance was one of the highlights of my service on this body. You have accomplished a lot for your community on civilian oversight and, of course, on housing affordability. If this body sees fit to name me its Housing Committee Chair next month, I look forward to building on all that you have accomplished. Thank you for preparing a Housing Committee transition binder. I look forward to sitting down with you soon. Alderman Kappelman, James, while you and I disagree on the critical role pigeons play in our urban ecosystem, thank you for always bringing your lived experiences as a social worker to the pressing issues impacting our city, reminding us that the personal is political. Alderman Tunney, Tom, thank you for paving the way for openly gay members of this body. The LGBTQ caucus, which you founded, will have 9 members in the new term. Your 2 decades of service opened the door for me and so many others. Alderman Reboiras, Ariel, you and I disagree bitterly on policing issues, but you are impossible to dislike. You are Mr. Congeniality, never short on a smile. You'll leave a big hole with your departure. The council will lose not only the best salsa dancer, but the only fluent Polish speaker that we currently have. So let's definitely stay in touch. Alderman Maldonado, Roberto, you are a family man. You champion your community and housing affordability. Humboldt Park and Chicago's Puerto Rican and Latino community is better off today because of your service. I so admire how you always found time for your children, and I admire the record number of affordable housing and iconic affordable housing developments you have brought to the 26th Ward. You should be very proud of everything that you have accomplished. Alderman Brookins Howard, who is not at his seat, but welcome to the Rebel Alliance. You were always a fair dealer and very level-headed. I will miss your jokes and working alongside you. Alderman Burke, I will miss your speeches, which will not only live in my head, but in the City Council's Journal of Proceedings. Alderwoman Susan Sadlowski Garza, Sue, has anyone accomplished more for workers' rights and the American labor movement in just one term as Workforce Committee Chair? Shoot, ever as Workforce Committee Chair. An increase to the minimum wage, fair work week, protections for domestic workers, and recently, labor peace for nonprofit workers. The Sadlowski legacy continues with all that you have accomplished. Your work and the work of your committee staff improve the lives of countless of working people. You have made your father proud. You have made your family proud. I know you've made Raul, who I see seated here in the gallery, your husband, proud. You've made the 10th Ward proud. And of course, the American labor movement. Thank you. I'll see you in Mexico. Alderman Sawyer, Rod, you are one cool dude. Thank you for your leadership on the Historic Empowering Communities for Public Safety Ordinance, reparations, and so many critical progressive issues. Alderwoman Hairston, Leslie, thank you for your decades of service, representing one of the most storied communities in Chicago. Congratulations on the election of Desmond Yancey. You have kept the legacy and fire of Alderman Leon DePress and the progressive politics alive in the 5th Ward. Thank you. Alderwoman King, Sophia, whenever I drive down Ida B. Wells Drive, I will think of you. That's huge. And last but certainly not least, Mayor Lightfoot. You faced many challenges these past 4 years. There's no denying that. And while you and I disagreed on how to respond to those challenges, you always did what you thought was right. I'm proud of the things you and I accomplished together this term, including the all-affordable Lucy Gonzalez Parsons apartments in Logan Square, removing the carve-outs from the Welcoming City Ordinance, enacting civilian oversight of CPD, leading to the historic election of 66 police district counselors, and working alongside Alderwoman Rossana Rodriguez, passing the Bodily Autonomy Sanctuary City Ordinance, protecting our trans community and abortion rights here in the city we love. Thank you and your team for working with me, community leaders, and this council to accomplish those significant positive changes for Chicago. Thank you. Public service is challenging. Time away from family, scrutiny in the public eye, difficult decisions, very long days and nights. Collectively, I believe you 12 departing city elected officials have served the public for over 150 years. I'm not a mathematician, but that's what I've counted thus far. So thank you all so much for your service. I hope you really enjoy the next chapter of your life. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I too wanted to take an opportunity to acknowledge each of my colleagues that are going to be retiring or leaving the council. It's been my honor and privilege for this last year serving alongside you and having had the opportunity to serve with legends like Alderman Burke and other history makers that are here. I'm not going to go one by one. I did not prepare as much as Alderman Ramirez-Rosa did. But I did not want to not acknowledge how wonderful it's been to be able to serve on your committee, Sue, workforce development, to have one of the best memories I've had thus far in my aldermanic career on a weekend with Alderman Hairston when she was in my ward one day. We'll talk about that some other time, but I will never forget that phone call. And Harry, the first person who called me, I'm going to turn around so I can face you on this one. You were the first alderman person to reach out to me and welcome me to the council. And for that, I will forever be grateful because you've been a great mentor and a friend to me. And I look forward to whatever this next chapter holds for you. And Mayor Lightfoot, what can I say but thank you. Thank you for your faith in me, choosing me, helping to make more history. And on behalf of my community, the Asian American community of the city of Chicago, thanks for giving us our first. I will continue to do you proud. Thank you for all that you've done for this entire city, and we won't ever forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the body that wish to speak? The chair recognizes Alderman Wegesbach.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to all my colleagues that I really appreciate all the years of service and the incredible moments and times that we've served together. Last night we had a meeting and Alderwoman Haddon, I think we were joking around a little bit, and we said maybe we'll put together a haiku or someone can write a haiku about this council. I found that it was impossible, so I just picked one that I thought would maybe be close to what you've accomplished over these many years. And it's by Banosuke Gozan, Japanese poet. The snow of yesterday that fell like cherry blossoms is water once again. And that's all I have to say, but I will see all of you in the time after council and hope that the door will always be open for great conversations and further work to help this city move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny because I just heard from Sue. She said, stop. And it reminds me, her words right now and the way she just talked to me reminds me of the fact that this job at times is so incredibly difficult. And you and I, over the last 4 years, have been through some really, really interesting things in our wards and our parts of the city. When I first got to this council, being asked to be the chief co-sponsor of the Fair Workweek Ordinance, I got to learn from you. I got to see you in action. The respect that you have from every corner of this council is something that really sits with me. And that takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of phone calls. It takes a lot of care. It takes a lot of passion for your work. And I'll be forever grateful in my life for that interaction we've had over these years. The times we have here in this council, in this city, the things that we've gone through as far as the pandemic and violence, in our deepest hours of sorrow, in our deepest hours of the challenges that we face, it's in those deepest hours where you receive that phone call from someone, where you receive that pat on the back. It's not today where it's kind of easy to come up and just say some nice things. It's in those hours where someone's got your back, where we're at a funeral together, mourning the life of someone close to us. That's when you know how deep a person's work is, how sincere their passion is. And I just got to rise and say that I've seen that in you and I felt that in you. So I just wanted to say that today, and I had to single you out for this. I want to say I love you and I thank you for your work. I love you too. And to other people, I'm going to stop there because I have, Harry made being bald in this council cool, so thank you, Harry. He's got a little bit more hair than me. But, the way you come at problems and try and bring people together, maybe we don't agree on everything, but God damn it, man, you've really, you showed us a way to do things here. So I just wanted to raise up those things. And one more person I'm going to raise up. And, Sophia, we didn't always agree. We always, there's some times where, we look at each other like, what the hell was that about, But at the same time, I know there was a true passion for the work, and you really tried your best to bring people together. And for that, I just wanted to say thank you and much love to you. And, I got a love for other people. You are a cool guy, brother. you were rocking those shades. I was like, man, you do it right. And to others, I just want to say thank you for your service. As a citizen of this, as a resident of this city, I wanted to say thank you all for your service, regardless if it was for a couple of months or various years. I think I want to let you know that I see you and I respect your work. We don't always agree, but if we can't respect each other, if we can't disagree without being disagreeable, that's a problem for the city. And many of you showed us the way, and I wanted to thank you for that work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to be brief. Simply want to thank you, all of you, for your service to your community. Thank you for the service to our city. You should all be very, very proud of all the work that you have done. There's a couple people that I just want to particularly highlight. Sue Garza for your toughness and your tenacity. James Kappelman for your advice and always being a pleasure to sit next to, and your positivity. Tom Tunney for always being a true gentleman. Ariel for shaking my hand when I first met you at Copernicus Center, walking up, introducing yourself. You instantly came off just like as an everyday working class Chicagoan. And I will always remember that at the Copernicus Center. You're a true gentleman as well. There's probably a lot of stories from a lot of different people. Howard Brookins, I know he's not here, but just for his sense of humor, for his groundedness, and last but not least, Chairman Burke, you have been nothing but a gentleman. For your advice that you have given freely, for your wisdom. I'm sure there's many people in here who want to say the same, that may not. You are an example of having an opinion of somebody from the experiences you have with someone instead of what somebody may say or write about an individual. You've been here longer than I've been alive. Truly. Truly, yes. Really. I mean, it is what it is. It is, I mean, that's something to be proud of. I mean, when people ask me, you know, you are a walking encyclopedia, truly. I know we're all trying to be humble here, but you need to be highlighted and you need to be recognized for the work you have done for your community, for the work you've done for your city. I think we should all, you know, pay homage for the work that you have done. It is much appreciated, and it is not forgotten upon many of us. But few of us will probably actually say it, and I will proudly say it. You have done this city a favor. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you, Alderman Gardner. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Abarca.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise. I want to say a couple words, and first to Alderman Harris for the lovely gift. Yes, well, I'm not sure how I will strap it onto my motorcycle, but here we are. I will keep this short. So I don't come from a very political family. In fact, I come from a very apolitical family who came from Mexico at a time when, you know, they suppressed their own people, both in terms of speech and action. And so I heard more often as a child the saying, pobre México, tan lejos de Dios y tan cerca de los Estados Unidos, which, not super American, but there is a point to this. And so I grew up reading the paper, and some of the first things that I remember reading in the Sun-Times was Alderman Burke and Alderman Carrie Austin and Alderman Mitz. And so I've been reading about you since I was a little girl and in high school, and several of you since I was in high school. And part of what drove me into public service were, you know, the council members that are here and who shaped so much of what I love about Chicago. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you, Mayor, for your for believing in me and for choosing me. I want to thank Alderman Lee, Alderman Knudsen, and Alderman Scott for being the best noob caucus that we can. Alderman Burnett, who you actually look like one of my uncles, and so you're always invited to the carne asada. And to the rest of this esteemed body, you know, I did not have the tenure that Alderman Burke does, but that's, you know, one of the things that you have to learn in life. And then finally, I want to thank, in the words of Snoop Dogg, I would like to thank me. Because, and this is, knowing that this is in the Journal of Proceedings and knowing that I hope someday another, you know, 9-year-old oldest daughter of immigrants who gets called bossy, and for all the little Latina girls who were told to put your hand down and that you talk too much and that you were too serious, and when you climb that corporate ladder or when you become the lawyer or the doctor or the accountant or you name it, go ahead and put your name down and give it your very best, because at the end, you are making a name for yourself, and you're doing it not just for your community, you're doing it for you as well and your legacy. And so, again, to all the other little girls who were told you are way too bossy and you're way too into politics, don't ever let them dampen that, and don't believe them, because it is A-okay to be bossy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Abarca. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. Everyone's going to try to be brief. We don't know that we'll all succeed at it. I just think about some of us who came in 4 years ago thinking that we were going to come and change this council, and we had so many opinions about everybody that had been here before us. And I am really grateful for the 4 years that we've had to actually learn from so many different folks here in the council, all equally committed to this city. All the different perspectives helped inform our leadership and allowed us to grow. So we start getting gray hair, those of us who can grow it. But it helps inform when our new members come in now, really to kind of guide that. I think, you come into council, you look at the city council, and you have all these history stories that you think about, and then you realize every single person here cares enough to engage and to have conversations. And so I want to make sure we continue in that spirit. There are a lot of giants that are leaving the council now that I think history will be kinder to than it might have felt in certain moments in the council. We've been able to accomplish a lot because of our colleagues. I'll mention just a few. I wanted to thank Labor champ, queen, and everything, Sue Garza. On day one, literally took us rookies in and said, let me just show you all as much as we can, and really helped us showed us what it was like to lead with your heart. I know there were times where it was difficult, right, to kind of straddle the fence of being a progressive caucus chair and then also being a chair of committee, and you did it with a strength that I don't think people can appreciate, but I think we will in future years, and I wanted to thank you for that. Similarly, Sophia, I think there were budget negotiations that thankfully we had you in leadership to make sure we could have negotiations that led to better results for the city, especially during a pandemic. Wanted to thank you for that. Rod and Harry, I want to thank you both for your work in trying to figure out this resolution when you had CPAC on one side, GAP on the other, to help us all get to ECPS and pass something that I think the city should absolutely be proud of. Through a lot of those conversations, sometimes there were moments where some of us butted heads, but I absolutely learned from it. And so I wanted to thank you both. I wanted to thank Harry for a piece of advice that has never left me since you shared it, and that I share often with folks that I talk about. We have a lot of decisions that we have to make in our communities. And something Harry told me, and I won't get to the details of the particular conversation, was that everyone wants progress, but no one wants change. And that is a thing we all have to reckon with. Everyone wants us to get somewhere, but no one wants to take the first step if it feels uncomfortable. And us being in the positions of having to guide those conversations, I feel I'm a better leader from having learned from so many of you. I want to thank Leslie for your fire. You moved an Overton window that allowed us to turn up a little bit more and be able to speak truth to power. And so I want to thank you so much for that. I want to thank Tom. I don't know what the heck we're going to do in the zoning committee with your absence. I think the skill set necessary to be able to guide that, I want to commend you for. And so I wanted to thank all our members for all the work that they do. Mayor Lightfoot, I want to thank you. It is objectively true that you had the hardest hand dealt to you of any mayor in the history of the city of Chicago. I mean, we all know that. Everyone makes different calls based on their perspective. You've always led. There have been times where we've all butted heads and had very tense conversations, but never did we have doubts that you didn't fully believe and were committed to decisions you were making. And I think that it's easy for the media, it's easy for us when we disagree to kind of voice those disagreements and maybe often not share appreciation for what it means to be in that seat and leading the city. I think we're going to look back and look at where we dealt through some of the hardest times the city has ever faced with you at the helm, and I want to express our appreciation for that. This might feel like a goodbye, but it won't be. We're all going to be communicating with each other. We're going to continue asking everyone for advice. We're going to continue building those relationships, and I think the city of Chicago is better for it. So I want to thank all of our colleagues that are now going on to more peaceful, restful time, hopefully to be with family, to rest. I see a lot more smiles from some of the vets than I've seen in 4 years, and I wish you all the best and look forward to our continued relationships. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although my remarks won't be as great as Alderman Ramirez Rosa, Alderman Wagasback, I did do a haiku. And so my haiku was, memories connect, friendships and accomplishments, neighborhoods intertwined. I just wanted to say to all of the colleagues that are leaving and to the mayor that I have appreciated serving with all of you. And the work that we do in this body is very difficult. But we all come to this space representing our communities and with a love for Chicago and for the people. With that said, I wanted to just give my comments on some of my colleagues here. To Carrie Austin, I thank you for giving me the advice of getting boom in your voice, because I was very soft-spoken and still am to a certain extent. But Carrie walked up to me one day and said I had to get boom in my voice and to always, be true to what I was thinking in my head. So thank you, Carrie. To Chairman Burke, I worked in government prior to becoming an alderman, and I thought, I've been down in this body a number of times, watched you and others in this council, and I thought I knew the rules and everything. I wanted to thank you for the orientation in 2007. I was able to get my sea legs quicker because of that orientation. I also want you to know that I appreciated your letters, win or lose in my elections. Those letters were uplifting to me, and I thank you for them. To Alderman Kappelman, James, your happy disposition is something that was truly needed in this council, because sometimes people come in here and they're feeling low. You're never low. And I want to thank you for your commitment to homelessness and for giving me a greater sensitivity towards that issue. Thank you. To Leslie, I have a nickname for you, which I will not reveal here, but ask me afterwards. I appreciate your outspokenness and your frankness in this body and the assessment of our work. You never bite your tongue, and that is appreciated. I appreciate the work that you put in during budget, because you come in here prepared. Thank you. To Sophia King, who she and I have not been speaking for 2 weeks. I love you. But our Israel trip showed me your focus on what you wanted to accomplish as alderman, and you did it. I want to thank you for blurring the lines between the 3rd and 4th Ward. We worked hard on that. And I'm going to stop crying. All right, to Roberto Maldonado, you are laser focused on your ward, and that's something that I try to draw spirit from. And so I want to thank you for your fierce commitment to your community. Harry Osterman, I love you, man. I can pick up the phone anytime, and you can pick up the phone anytime, and we can talk about how we can build bridges in this body. I appreciate your support, I appreciate your counsel, and I appreciate your thoughtful approach to housing issues. Thank you. To Ario, our trip to China was great. I learned a lot about you and your commitment to your community as well, and especially your commitment to family. Thank you. Sue, you're the workforce queen, and you're an expert, and I'm not. And I appreciated the ability to pick up the phone and call you for advice on things that I was working on. And you were always there for me. I appreciate our phone calls on things that we have in common. And I just wish the very best for you. It has been a pleasure serving with you in this body. Rod, I want to thank you for initiating the conversation on reparations. We have not got far with that, but hopefully we can carry that process forward, but it would not have started without you, and I appreciate you for that. To Tom, we go back a ways to the days of when you served on the Economic Development Commission and I was a planner in the Department of Planning and Development. Your commitment to small business is beyond reproach, and I want to thank you for what you bring to this body and the questions that you ask as we have tried to, just strengthen the small business community in our city. Thank you. Mayor Lightfoot, first I want to thank you for appointing me your budget chair. As you know, I did not want to do this, but I learned a lot in the 4 years. And I want to thank you for shepherding us through the pandemic. I think the team of you and Dr. Arwady kept us from going off the cliff. We certainly made it through. And while we don't always see eye to eye, I wish nothing but the best for you and your family. Thank you.
Alderman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. Appreciate it. I can promise everybody I won't be that long, that's for sure. Sure. Everybody says it and then it end up being long. But first I have to start by commending one of my colleagues who, him and me don't get along too much, but Carlos, that was an awesome speech. Your mother taught you right. I mean, you really hit the nail on the head. That was really a well-prepared, sincere speech, and I really appreciated that. So I think you were wrong about one thing on it, though. You said about 150 years. I'll bet you there's way more than 200 years of seniority we're losing. So not only are we losing many years, probably 200 plus, we also got pretty young pretty fast, too. So no offense, added carry. Madam President, once again, can't thank you enough for having the faith in me to lead a committee. And as we know, everybody knows how thrilled and happy I was with my committee, which I named it the Happy Committee, and now everybody calls it the Happy Committee. So it was an honor to serve. It's been an honor to serve. I'm still serving, hard to believe. I'm in my 4th term, but I'm losing a few of my buddies. Of the group of us that came on, there's still 5 of us left, but we just recently lost Harry, James, and Rod. Came on with all you guys, and Michelle Smith too. So we're forgetting about Michelle Smith. So thank her for all she did. We became good friends, and most people don't know, but James and Michelle and me, we were friends before this city council. So we met and we put a group together of wannabe politicians, and when you know it, a few years later, we all got elected. So just want to say best was you guys. So for my friends that are gone, which pretty much all you, we had somewhat of a relationship, and I'm sure the media over there will have some fun with this, or tweet about me real fast, but I just want to say if anybody needs a guy, I'm your guy. Give me a call. There's a lot of things I have contacts for. I'm willing, you could call me for anything. Not just food or candy, Anything. You could call me for anything. I have a lot of contacts for a lot of things outside of work, so feel free to contact me, all right? Okay, you guys can start tweeting about me now. No offense, I'm used to it, all right? We lost some giants. We got young, as I said. Ed Burke, I didn't want to single everybody out, but Ed, I have to single you out, man. You are unbelievable. Before I was into politics, I was always into politics, and I would watch politics. I would watch the council, and you were a legend, Ed, and I came here, and one thing I was really nervous about was meeting Ed Burke rather than everybody else, but you were the truest of gentlemen that I've ever met in my life. You were always, never forced anything on me, never pushed anything on me. Some people thought you were a pushy guy, never, always a polite gentleman. And then when I had my issue, when I got in the wheelchair, you helped me out tremendously, because as you know, life's a challenge, and not having much staff, you helped me out with an extra staffer to help me around. So I'll always remember that for you, Ed, and you helped a lot of people with a lot of things, and I don't want that to be forgotten. And Carrie Austin, I know you're not here, and hopefully you're listening, but boy, we had some long budget meetings, but I really appreciated them. You did a great job when you were running budget. Leslie, I have to single you out. You and me always battled a little bit, but I say you're a friend forever. I love the heck out of you, and I really feel that you have a sincere love for me. Tom, you're another legend, another true gentleman. You'll be sorely missed. One of the most generous guys I ever met in my life, and that's you, Tom. So I also, lastly, Mayor, I don't want to forget some other people that it's not just colleagues we're losing here. I hate to say it, but we know it's going to happen. We're losing some people, and in your financial team we're going to be losing, I feel. So I'm sure they're all going to be gone, and they did a great job, and they helped me a lot, and that's Susie, Jenny, and Reshma. I'm not so sure you gals are still going to be here, but I just want to thank you for everything. I'm sure they're listening. Unsure of what your future's going to hold, but I know how politics works. I'm sure he's going to bring in his whole new financial team. And I don't know if many people noticed, too, we also lost a very, very important person, not in the council, but the director of OEMC. That's Rich Gaitis. Rich Gaitis is moving on, so that to me is a huge loss. So I want to thank Rich for all he's done for the city throughout the years. So with that, best wishes to everybody. Love the heck out of all of you. You need anything, feel free to call me. Madam President, likewise for you. Thank you so much for your dedication to this city. Like somebody said, you couldn't have been dealt a tougher hand than you were dealt, but you were strong. You did your best, and thank you so much for everything. And also goes for you too. You ever need a guy, I'm your guy. Thank you for everything. Let me know about the tweets, everybody, real soon, all right? Thank you. Thank Madam President. Love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, rise in support of this resolution. Nick, I think the only tweet they're going to say about you is you're an Italian guy with that line. So, to my colleagues, to Madam President, I know we tend to be on different sides of different conversations, but I want to tell you all, we're more alike than we all know. And I guess being down here, we realize that we're all sitting in this chamber because we're all somebody that said, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring, I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm going to try and make a difference. So no matter what you do going forward or what where you go in life, know that you gave it a shot, you gave it your all, you made a big difference in the greatest city in the world. And that makes us more alike than anything, because we were willing to do something when people just want to talk. You were willing to step up. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I love you all, and I'm sorry if I've ever come off the wrong way to any of you at any point in time, but I got to tell you, the way you have come back to me is with the absolute class, most class I've ever seen, the most respect for anyone's ideas, ideologies, or decisions. And it got heated down here at times, but in the end, we were all friends. I'll just point out a couple of people just briefly. Leslie, Sophia, pure class, pure strength, pure pride in everything that you do. Absolutely amazing. Rod, you are by far the coolest. The only competition you have is with Ariel. Ariel, pure comedy. I mean, you just made working down here so much fun. When I'd see you on the street or in the neighborhoods, it was just a blast and such a pleasure to be around you. I can't say enough about you, and I always will. You got my aunt in your ward, so make sure you keep taking care of her. So, or in your former ward, but you're still going to be in the area with her. Tom, you're a brilliant man. What you've done for the city of Chicago over the years, you've helped so many people in so many different ways. I appreciate you just talking to me sometimes when you might not have wanted to. I might not have been the... Just thank you. Thank you. Sue, I love you to death. You're the beating heart down here, without a doubt, no matter what. You're the only one that complimented my hair. But just, you're a class act. It was a pleasure to be around you. I feel, we call each other like classmates. We all came in together. I'm going to miss you. Harry, I never met somebody so on the opposite side of the way that I think, but wow, you could bring us together just with conversation and with just your passion for this city. And I mean, I was on the North Pole, you were on the South Pole, and some things that we've talked about. But in the end, you just brought it all together, and you did it with class. And you never made me feel like I was wrong for what I was thinking. You just said, that's your idea, this is my idea. I'd like to say something great about all of you. Alderman Burke, you're awesome. Again, another gentleman that every time I had a problem, you picked up the phone and helped me out, talked to me, treated me with the utmost class. I probably shouldn't be a person that's ever been down here. I knocked walls down, pulled ceilings, and put fires out, and you made me feel like, you could contribute to this city. And you never once shunned me aside. You never once told me that anything that I was doing was stupid or not the right direction to go. You always encouraged me, and I appreciate you always picking up the phone when I called. Madam President, I know I probably was one of your least favorite people down here, but you always treated me with class. You always treated me with respect. We've butted heads, but it ended, and then we got on and we talked, and we'd butt heads, and then we'd get on and we talked. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. Not many people will step up and do anything. A lot of people will just talk about what they want to do, and they don't do it. I appreciate you putting forth what you did for the city for the last 4 years. It means a lot, not just to the council, but to the city of Chicago. People will say whatever they want to say, but you actually stepped up and did it. And to all of you as well that are leaving, you all stepped up and did it as well. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President. I also like to rise in support of this resolution and saying something about our colleagues. I'm going to try to be as short as I can. He's talking about short jokes, right? But that's okay. I started in this business when I was in my 20s. George Dunn gave me an opportunity. I used to be the guy who used to run errands for him when I was in my 20s, and I got to know a lot of people in a lot of different ways. Ed Burke, matter of fact, I used to sit in the patronage chief office with Frank Bruno back in the day. You guys who've been around a long time know that. And I used to see folks come in and try and get jobs for people in their community. And I used to see Ed Burke and a whole bunch of guys that folks think don't like black people come in and get jobs for black people all the time. So I used to see things from a different perspective in relationship to folks. When I first came to the council, Ed used to, the black developers and black contractors and black businessmen will walk right past all of the black aldermen and go straight to Ed Burke. And I used to be like, man, why y'all go to Ed Burke and y'all don't come and ask us for nothing, right? Ed Burke used to take care of a lot of the black businessmen that a lot of people did not know about. And it just comes from being in a time where everybody helped everybody, right? And you build up your chips because you help people, and then you ask somebody that you help to help somebody else, and it just keeps going on. And Ed has been that type of person for many years. A lot of people don't know Ed helped Mel Reynolds, right? And Ed helped, Mel Reynolds wasn't the first guy who made a mistake that Ed helped. some of you all don't know, some of the people that was on Ed's staff was priests and a whole bunch of other folks who needed a leg up after they made a mistake, and Ed helped them. He's probably a saint for the Catholic Church because he helped a lot of Catholic folks, but he also helped a lot of our colleagues who made mistakes. Some of them got jobs right now, and you all don't even know Ed Burke helped them get those jobs, right? And of all races. So he's a different type of guy, and in those instances, he didn't look for anything in return. When I was back in those days, I was running for Young Democrats, and I was in the Young Democrats with his son. He sent his son to come and vote for me to be chairman of the Young Democrats, and I never forget that. So Ed, I really appreciate you, Matt, and you know, I come from the 42nd Ward, and Burton Terrace was my alderman, but the crazy thing is I got more tutelage from you than I did from Burton Terrace, you know, and I just want to say thank you for helping me. And also thank you for helping other people that I know, that you never turn your back. Like Pat said, you always send a note, but you were always, back in those days, you were always the first one to donate to every alderman. You know, even though you were blessed, but you also bless everyone else. And I just want to say thank you. And a lot of us, you know, especially when I started out, I couldn't raise a dime in the 27th Ward because it was Skid Row. And you was there. And so I just want to say thank you, Ed, for everything that you've done. You know, I know you got some shade, but you know, people should recognize all of the sun that you have, man, and all of the sun that you put out, and all of the people that you have helped over the years. And I just want to say thank you, and I commend you for doing this for 54 years. I don't know how you did it, man, quite honestly. And I just want to say in general to everybody, you know, we all make sacrifices. There's a lot of things that I have sacrificed with my family. You know, it's crazy in this business. You know, you can have friends who do business with the city, but you can't go to their houses. You know what I'm saying? Because they do business with the city. Or you can't, you know, if they live out of town. There's a lot of things you can't do, and you sacrifice because you take on this position to serve the people. And you know, I look at these positions as being ministries. And all of you all are ministers as far as I'm concerned, doing God's work and helping God's people. And I commend each and every one of you all for what you all have done. Ed, and I'd be remiss if I did not thank you for helping the Jesse White Center. A lot of folks don't know Daley was taking the money off the board on that. And I came to you and I said, hey, Daley trying to take this off the board. I want to put it in anyway and make everybody say no. And you said, put it on. I put it on, and we all voted for it, and Daley was upset, but too bad. We got the money for the center. So I want to say thank you, Ed. There's a lot of stuff that we do that people don't know about, but I just want to say thank you, Ed, for that. And Mr. White, thank you always for that. And then, you know, Roberto Maldonado, you know, Roberto supported me when I first ran for alderman. He also supported my wife when she became a county commissioner. He also supported my son as a state representative. We've been humanos for a long time. He's a good brother, and I just want to say thank you, and I wish you all the blessings in the world with your future, man. And I know you had your mijo here, one of your mijos here, and I commend you on being a good father, man. I really admire you taking care of your 3 kids after your wife passed. So God bless you, man. Dios te bendiga. And then Ariel worked with my father, you know, on the trucks. It's crazy how we all connected. And Ariel, my man, he is the funniest guy. You should see him do a Robert De Niro impersonation, man. He is the best. And he's you know, Ariel is what you call a ride or die, 100% guy. You know, if he with you 100%, and we really appreciate him. You know, Harry, I admire you, man, being your vice chair at the Department of Housing, man. And, you know, and I had the pleasure of knowing your mom. And, you know, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. You're a classy guy. You know, I used to be concerned about, because we all know all of the same advocates in affordable housing, and they all, when you became the chairman of the commissioner, they was like, the committee, they was like, yes, right? And they jumped right at you, and I was like, Harry, you know, gonna come at you. He said, it'll be all right. And Harry, just work it out. You so smooth, man. I'm gonna tell you, I commend you. You've done a great job as the chair of the committee, man. And I just want to commend you on everything that you've been able to do to help people. Tunny, we've been friends for a while, and you've been great for the small business community. You know, you and I connected through your sister, and also through Bernie Hansen, man. And you know, you've done a great job, Tom. I've been on a planning commission with you. You ask those great questions. You always looking out for the business people, but always for the community. So I just want to wish you luck also. Sue, you know, what do you say about Sue? You know, Sue is, man, Sue is strong. She's vigilant. But, you know, sometimes you talk to me, and if I had my eyes closed, I would think you were a sister, man, because you act just like a sister sometimes. And I really... and I really appreciate all your advocacy. You know, you push for things, you know, even if we disagree with you, we have a candid conversation about it, and it worked out. And I just want to commend and thank you for that. You know, Carrie, you know, I know Carrie through her husband. I knew her husband, and, you know, he helped me become chairman of Young Democrats, too. And Carrie is an apple that didn't fall too far from the tree, very classy, took care of her community, but also was very boisterous in this council. And, you know, Carrie would never be denied. Nobody would deny her for whatever she wanted. And she's done a great job for the city, but always was a team player. And Rod and Howard, we were all in the Young Democrats together, man. You know, we all go back, way back, you know, even though my father wasn't an elected official, I feel like I'm one of you guys, you know, because we grew up together. You know, I want to commend you on being over the Progressive Caucus. You know, a lot of folks don't remember that, but it was unique to see a regular Democrat be the chairman of the Progressive Caucus. I was like, wow. Rod is over the Progressive Caucus because of where we came from, and it showed that you know, you went with the times and changed your thinking, and you did a good job keeping the balance, Rod. And I just want to commend you for all of the work that you did. Also, Leslie, you know, strong, fight for your community. You would not let them deny you, even though you always say you never had one of these in your ward, and everything you say you never had in your ward, you got. So I just want to commend you for that, but you never gave up your beliefs in getting it. You stood by your guns, and I commend you for that. James Kappelman, man, you're the nicest guy in this council, man. You know, you're a lot of folks don't know you used to be a priest, and you know, I see it, I feel it when I talk to you, and you're very balanced with everything that you do in reference to your ward and standing up for the homeless people in the community. And who did I forget? King, Sophia, you my girl. You know, I love you, and you've done a great job in your ward. I mean, you know, I used to hear, you know, because I meet with planning all the time, you would get planning hell, man, because you would make sure that they take care of your ward and take care of your people. And I commend you for that. And I also commend you about getting the street renamed. You know, that was a big deal, and you made it happen. And I commend you for standing to your guns. And also to my Sobina over there in the 12th Ward. Did I say that right? Sabina, my niece. We're all related, right? We're all related. And you learn that more and more as you get older. And I hope that I did not forget anyone. Howard, well, Well, Howard, yeah, I'm so tired of people coming up to me. They probably gonna start coming up to me now saying, I'm sorry that they took your Walmart away. And I had to tell them, I'm not Howard Brookins. I'm taller than Howard Brookins. How you gonna say I'm Howard Brookins? But Howard really fought for that Walmart. And it was very challenging for him, but he made it happen. And he always made sure his community was taken care of. And last but not least, Mayor, I just want to thank you. We were friends before this. Matter of fact, we had a moment in South Africa, funny as can be, me, you, and Amy. And I remember you when you worked for procurement, and you've done a fantastic job. A lot of people may not recognize all of the things that you've done, but I appreciate you for the ADUs, something that was long overdue. We should have coach houses, and people should be able to rent out their basements, and it should make things more affordable. Thank you for adding on to the ARO. You brought it up to 20%, and in my ward, in the Fort Market, it's 30%. I just want to say thank you. And also for the casino. You pushed for the casino, you made it happen. Several other mayors tried to do it, and it didn't happen under them, but it happened under you. And I commend you for that. And also, all of the extensions of the airport. Man, the airport is so beautiful. There's so many new things happening, so many new businesses, new jobs, and new people coming to the city, and you increase tourism in this city by a lot. And also, the Invest Southwest, as I said earlier, it gave a lot of people a lot of hope, but at the same time, you encourage a lot of black contractors and a lot of black developers to step up to the plate and do something better and do something different and let them know that they can be involved and can do something. And I think you started a precedent that they will continue to do that. And I just want to say thank you for that. And you also gave a lot of people hope in the community, but also with the red line. Recognizing to leverage those dollars to be able to make sure that people on the far south side, had equitable transportation to be able to get in the city, around the city, and you started that. And you balanced our budget, and you've done a great job, and you worked very hard during the pandemic, and I just want to commend you. Nothing is perfect, but you've done fantastic. And a lot of people may not want to recognize the sunshine, they always want to recognize the shade. I want to recognize the sunshine. And again, I want to thank you very much for allowing me to be a committee chair, even though I didn't support you when you first ran. I want to say thank you very much. And God bless to all of you all. God bless you all. Good luck.
All right, next up, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just didn't write a speech out. It's a lot been said today. I can just tell all of you that I truly wish you well in your next chapter of your life. This job is not an easy job. You have to have love for it deep down in your heart. And it takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of missing the children grow up, the grandchildren grow up. It's just a lot. But you do it because you have to love wanting to make a difference in this world. You have to love that if you don't love anything else. You want to leave your footprint that whenever you leave, somebody can say, job well done. You did your best. And I think that's what each and every one of you have contributed to be able to leave. As I sit here and think about leaving, I also can look at a couple colleagues who did put the work in that wasn't able to walk out. In fact, they expired, and we had to celebrate the homegoing, Joanne Thompson. I just happened to think about that sitting here. I thought about when I first came in, Dixon, who were here as the budget chair. Lorraine Dixon passed away. As soon as I got into council, I'm like, wow. You didn't know what the job were expected, but let me tell you, you're all are winners. No matter what way you go, because you done gave it your best. I don't remember seeing a book on being an alderman. Alderman Burt, when I first came in as alderman, I'm going to tell you something. You had those briefings, right? I was so driven in making a difference in my community. I'm like, I can't get no votes down there. I ain't going to them briefings. I didn't come. It was, I think when they celebrated a 50-year anniversary for you here, and I heard my colleagues talking, I'm like, where have I been? I had missed that opportunity of all that wisdom and knowledge that you had. But I also put that love in my neighborhood where I could learn from the people who I was serving every day, which is why I'm still here. I want to thank you for your letters that you would send. Those congratulatory letters, just to say congratulations on your re-election. Stretch out the type word, write in your name. I'm like, okay. You do realize I'm here. You've always been very soft-spoken. You answer with a smile. I don't just necessarily interact with a lot of folks unless they have time for me. You don't give the time to me, I'm moving on because I got a lot of folks out there who want my time. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Leslie, where's she going out now? I can tell her, when I came in, Leslie I thought she was mean. Well, you want to call it mean, she did something. And she said something to me, and I kept it for a couple of years, or 3 or 4 years. She told me the only reason I was here because of Mayor Daley. You was appointed. And boy, did that hurt my feelings. I'm out here working hard every day. I said, this woman don't know who she's talking to. I said, that's all right. 2 or 3 times after getting elected, I even came back and I said, Leslie, you remember telling me? I said, I'm still here. So every time I win, I said, Leslie, you remember telling me I'm still here? Sometimes you don't know what you're saying when you talk to others. So be careful of your words you're saying to one another. But they're going to be something good. Don't say that negative stuff. People, you don't know what people go through. Mayor Lightfoot, I want to say to you, you came in as a firecracker. You came in hot. You probably didn't know that you was going to win. Coming out of a long field of candidates. Here you are, mayor. The one thing that you did leave a legacy for a lot of us is the day we all were sworn in, and you pointed that finger. I think that finger pointing stays at everybody now. I didn't let that finger point because I always believe in looking past what I think someone did wrong. And I move on to the next level and still work with you and got to be able to support. I felt like people need help sometimes. And if you're not going to say something good, try to help them. So I've lent my time to try to help in whatever way I could and appreciate the help that you gave to the community. You came to that west side more than any mayor that's been in this city. You were out there. I think that the work that you did was off the chain. We'll be moving 2 or 3 years down the road, work that you set in motion, and you won't even be here. But it was something that you started just as you came in. Things were set in motion, and you were able to complete. I'm grateful for all that work. You don't have to look as this the end, because it's not the end. It's never the end. We have too much work to do in this city. Too many brilliant minds in this city. I don't care if you do leave this city and you stay here in this city. You may leave out of this council, but you still got some work to do. Don't let your voices or those ideas or those things that you all have that can help go on deaf ear and say, well, it ain't my job no more. No. is wisdom. Chairman Burke, is wisdom that you were able to pick up long before this generation came. I'm able to pick up things long before my generation came. So don't let that knowledge fall on deaf ears, because it's needed now more than ever was before. So I just want to say to all of you, congratulations. Hope that your next chapter in your life be just as successful and even more of a peaceful one until you're ready to do something different. So thank you so much. We appreciate you from myself, my family, and from my constituents on the west side of Chicago. Congratulations to all of you, and looking forward to seeing you the next time. So I don't have to call names because everybody in here know everybody's name. Our problem is learning the next group that's going to come in here name. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Alderman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Sidlowski Garza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for the kind words. Madam Chair, Madam President, I want to thank you for your dedication to the city of Chicago and your perseverance. And thank you to your wife and your daughter for sharing you with us, because our families are the ones that really share the brunt of what we do. And we're all here. This is a really hard job, and we're all here because of our love for our communities. I want to say thank you to everybody, but there's two people here today that I have to say thank you to. My husband, Raul Garza, can you stand up? And my daughter, Kate Garza. Raul, thank you for staying with me. Thank you for listening to me every single night for the past 8 years, for hours and hours on end. I could not do this job without you. You have been my rock and my strength, and I'm really grateful to have you as my #1 constituent. I love you very much. Katie, I'm so proud of the young woman that you have become, and thank you for always standing next to me and beside me and giving me good advice. Thank you to everybody in here. It's been a wild ride. I'll have the popcorn at the TV ready to watch everybody. Let's keep the city rolling. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I say how happy I am that this is going to be my last official city council meeting, let me just make a few remarks in thanking and recognizing some of the people with whom I have worked in the last 13 years serving as member of this city council. First, I really want to thank you, Madam Mayor. I have served under 3 mayors, and everybody talk about affordable housing. Very few of them walk the walk. I have to say, and I have told this to her on many occasions, every time that she visits my ward, that she really talks the talk about affordable housing, and she walked the walk. I have never received so much funding and commitment to affordable housing in my ward as I have received in the last 4 years. For me to be able to claim that we have stopped gentrification in our ward for many years to come, it is a tribute to you, and I have to thank you for that. By the end of the next 4 years, we would have built 1,654 new affordable housing units for working families. And that's why we claim that we have been successful in stopping gentrification. I also want to thank Chairman Burke. When I was first appointed 13 years ago, Chairman Burke invited me to his office, and he gave me a lot of support. As a new member, in those days, we didn't get any training, any briefing from nobody in power or in the administration how to navigate this very confusing nightmare that we walked into. And he gave me a lot of good advice, helped me set up my office in ways that I can never thank you enough, and never asked me for a vote on anything that he wanted. He always let me to vote my conscience. For that, I'm very grateful. I will also going to be very grateful that you were so gracious, you and your wife, to invite my wife and I to your house for dinner one night. And that was one of the most lovely nights that I have lived in my life. Not only they cook, the Bergs, they cook and they fed us, but after that we were entertained by the talent in piano that Alderman Berg does have. It was amazing that experience that night. I will never forget that. And my wife never forgot that neither. I want to thank Carlos for your very kind remarks that you expressed earlier, and to Alderman Burnett for tú eres mi hermano, my brother, that we have worked together for many, many years. And I want to thank Alderman Dowell for those brief remarks that she made that I was not expecting from you, neither. I also want to thank my staff. We could have not accomplished what we did in the 13 years that we've been in office had it not been for my dedicated staff, my current chief of staff, Nilda Montañez. She is the cousin of my wife. My former chief of staff, that was my chief of staff from the second year I became county commissioner until about 6 months ago when she decided to retire. And also to my newly appointed staff, Antonio Ruiz, and to Nereida, that was with us for many, many years. I also want to thank many of the executive staff here in the city. I want to thank Beth. Beth has been one of the most outstanding directors. She's been one of the most outstanding director of intergovernmental affairs, and she knows how to work with the members of the city council and how to represent the interests of the administration before us, each one of the members. I also want to thank Commissioner Navarra and the Commissioner of Housing for her knowledge, dedication, and commitment to affordable housing, and to Commissioner Cox, who also embraced me with my devotion to bring affordable housing to my ward and save our ward from gentrification. And also Commissioner Viaggio, because she's done a great job with her job in CDOT. And I have to tell you that after 13 years serving in City Council, there's nothing better than to live in your own terms. I am very pleased that I'm living in my own terms, and I'm very pleased with the accomplishment that we have achieved in our ward. And I'm also super excited about my successor, because she is also have her heart in the right place to represent the people of the 26th ward. And I'm so grateful that I have my son with me, my middle son. Roberto II. I have three, 22, 17, this monster, 17. And my youngest one, she's 15. And he used to hang out here in the budget committees when I have to serve time in that committee, 2 terms in a row. It was like being in the penitentiary. I remember when he was about 10 years old, Chairman Austin sat him next to her. And she allowed him to run one of those afternoon sessions. And it was so amazing how he immediately remembered the names of the members that were at the committee on that day. And he will recognize each member by ward and by name that afternoon, recognizing them and thanking them for their intervention. And even though he doesn't say that, I would not be surprised if someday in the future he will become or will try to become an elected official. But I know where his heart is. I know what his dream is. And that is to become an MLB player. And I'm sure he will accomplish that dream. So thank you, Robertito, for being here with me today and for sacrificing a day of school. Yeah, much sacrifice. Since 10 o'clock in the morning. And to my fellow city council members that I'm leaving behind, I want to thank you for all the years that we have worked together, many, many times at odds with each other, but many other times reaching compromise for things that we want for our respective wards. And one thing that I have seen here is that whenever we want anything for our respective ward, we get almost unanimous support by all of you members of the City Council. So thank you so much, and I wish you the best of luck in the next 4 years. Bye. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a tough act to follow, Alderman Maldonado. I'm going to miss our chats on all things kids and school, and it's nice to see your son here after all the conversations we've had about him. Madam President, I also rise in support of these resolutions honoring our colleagues today. And I first want to just take a moment and thank you for your service, for throwing your hat in the ring, for your dedication to the city, for your friendship, and I wish you and your family nothing but the best moving forward. To my colleagues who are moving on, I thank you for your candor, for your friendship, for your advice even when I didn't always ask for it, and for your counsel. You know, the tricky thing about being an alderman is it's a vocation. It's not a job. We don't get to punch in and out. It's not 9 to 5. It's more like 5 to 9. And I know many of you are hanging up your hats on this chapter of your vocation, but I look forward to seeing what you all are going to do next, because I know you're not done. And I'm going to quote something from Condoleezza Rice, because I think she summed it up really well. There's no greater challenge, and there is no greater honor than to be in public service. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
For once, Madam President, you caught me unawares. But thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, members of this body. To all of my colleagues that are leaving this chamber, it has been an honor for me to work alongside you for these last 8 years. Some of you I've got to know better than others. Some of you have looked out for me, as we talked about Chairman Austin, like she was our mother. And I can tell you how many times she yelled at me, especially during budget, calling me the great pontificator and needing to sit down all the time. Nothing's changed in that regard. Chairman Burt, who is a neighbor, a friend, a mentor, but who also, who most don't know, tried to stop me from coming into this room when I ran in 2015. Thankfully, wasn't successful, but we were able to forge ahead on the southwest side. To Sue, to Rod, to Tom, Leslie, Sophia, Roberto, Harry, James, Howard, who's not here, and Annabelle. There are enough anecdotes to last an afternoon. But I know that this is just a momentary goodbye. This is just a day for you to suck in the accolades, because tomorrow You're still going to be our friends. We're still going to be in your life. Your families will be happier that you're with them, hopefully. But this is the municipal fraternity that we are all honored to be a part of. This is the organization that brings us together in a way that most will never understand, that most see from a cynical eye, but we know the truth, that there's 50 individuals who are united for their love of Chicago, all aspiring to the same thing, including you, Madam President. I know, and this will come as a shock to some, we have not always seen eye to eye. I know that you are in the role you are because of your love for Chicago. And I still remember the first time that I ran into you while you were on the campaign trail. You may not recall, but you were in the back of the yards for the Mothers' March Against Violence. I believe it was in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. I remember we had no idea why you were there, only to learn as we were halfway through that you were going to run for mayor. We did not know what our relationship was going to be like, but you were in the neighborhoods. You were there making yourself known, and as we heard time and time again today, whether it's the west side, south side, or every side in between, you made yourself known. Perhaps that's the great unfortunateness of this tenure, is that we did not get to build that relationship better. But all I know is this, is that your presence made me become a better alderman. I think my presence helped you become a better mayor. And at the end, together, we help make this a better city. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But I wish you Godspeed. I wish all of you Godspeed. I know whatever life has in store for you, I wish you all the best, and look forward to seeing your return, as we say to all of our former mayors and colleagues. Apparently we have a guy if you need one. He's over there. But if there's anything I could do, I'm always here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, as they say, as always, an interesting conversation at the end of the four-year term. And as we talk about our colleagues that are departing us, I'll never forget this. I was actually appointed as well right before my class coming in 2011, and I got appointed. I came to council, took my oath, and on Wednesday I had ward nights. And so that Wednesday I came back to my office and was in ward night, and in walks Alderman Burke. Walks in, walks past everybody, walks to the back of the office, and even at the time, I didn't even have a desk in the office. Alderman Smith was still there. I was working off of a conference table. He walked in and he gave me a piece of advice. And he also gave me a check as well with the set of advice. He said two things. He said, don't let this job kill you. He said, the ballot box, the pine box, or the jury box, don't let those take you out of here. And I remember that because it is through that we have to remember that this job, while it is a job, is life after this. And that we have families, that we have other things in life that we are to chase. And as Rahm Emanuel said at one point, it may be the job of a lifetime, but it's not for a lifetime. And so I know that this today may be some bittersweetness, but again, all of you all that are leaving us today, don't be strangers. And please pick up the phone, because there may be some piece of advice that one of us needs, or one of your predecessors, or one of your successors may need in their specific time. just a few notes, and I've learned something from just about every one of you all here, from my members in the Aldermanic Black Caucus, especially King and Hairston. I've learned patience. Dear patience, we have learned. Alderman Sawyer, I thank you for laying some of the groundwork, being the chair of the caucus before me. And Alderman Brookins will probably walk in about this time, as he normally does during council after everything is just about done. And then Alderman Austin, who is not here with us today, but has been a figure with all of us in this journey that we've embarked upon. To my other two classmates, Alderman Kappelman and Alderman Osterman, I found I didn't know the north side of Chicago. And through you all's conversations, I've learned a great deal. And actually, we've had great conversations, and especially with Alderman Kappelman and his work in Uptown gave me a newfound respect for that community, and not really understanding how many African Americans lived up there, to the point that in our new council we will actually have an African American member representing that community. And for Harry just kind of being, I'll call you the white rod, because you just smooth and cool with everything that it is that you have done. It makes sense. You're the black Harry, then you'll be all right with it. So, and also, oh, he just texted. He's on his way. That's Howard. But again, this body has taught us a lot, and the members here, we have done a great work. Alderman Tunney, Alderman Raboris, just the coming in, and you guys were veterans at the time and have been here for a number of years, and Alderman Maldonado, who I just came in maybe a year or two before. And so we've all learned a lot from each other and had an opportunity to work together, and I really appreciate everything that you all have done and contributed to this council. And as Nick stated, there's over 225 years of experience and leadership leaving this body on today. And I don't think we've ever had that great of a loss in service than any time in this council. And again, I just want to thank each and every one of you for your service to not only the city, but service to your respective communities. And as once was just said, hopefully your families want you back. I know it's a lot of time we spend away from our families. But again, as you all move into the next chapter of your life, I want to congratulate you and thank each and every one of you. And to Mayor Lightfoot for your commitment to the west side of Chicago. We've had a lot of conversation in time about the west side of Chicago. But when I hear people say everything isn't on the south and west side of Chicago, that tells us of the commitment that you had to the south and west sides of the city, especially to the west side of Chicago. And while I initially was not a rah-rah supporter of Invest Southwest, because I thought the community of Garfield Park should have been included, what I saw was a vision for the city in its entirety, but because of lifting up the south and west sides, so go the city of Chicago. And while there's work that has continued to happen, we must continue to remember that we must lift communities out of poverty. And that is the one thing that I believe that you made an example of for this city, so that if we continue to lift people out of poverty, then the whole city will prosper. And as you've said, so goes the west side, so goes the city of Chicago. And we want to thank you for your commitment to the mighty west side of Chicago. Thank you guys, and each one of you be blessed. Don't be strangers. You all have the privilege to come down and hang out with us, and don't forget that. So please continue to stay in touch, continue to stay in contact, and continue to come back to help us out. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say thank you to all of you. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate the friendship, the partnership, the true collaboration that we've had since my time here as an alderman. I appreciate all of you opening up your communities. Alderman Irvin brought up that he did not know much about the north side, and I will equally say that I did not know a lot about the south and west side. And through our work together, it helped me understand our entire city. And what I know is that each neighborhood has to thrive for our city to be one together, to be a great city. And I appreciate the work that we've done on that together. It's made me a better person, made me a better Chicagoan. So I just really genuinely appreciate the partnership with each and every one of you in your neighborhoods. Being an alderman's a hard job. We are the first ones to get the phone call, and it's usually bad at midnight. But all of us pour everything that we have into our communities. And you know, we make the difference we can, and we do what we can. For me, it's been incredibly grateful. I followed 3 amazing women, Marion Vellini, my mother Kathy, and Mary Ann Smith. And I tried to move our community forward in a positive way. I want to recognize and thank my wife, Peggy, who's here. She does want me back, and she's got a long list of stuff for me to do. But her support and my family's support has allowed me to do what I've wanted to do in this job, which is pour everything into the job. I was helped by that by having the best chief of staff in city government, which is Dan Luna. Dan is going to be working in the new alderman of the 34th Ward, Alderman Conway. But I've had great staff and the best ward soup in Conrad Seworth, and together we did a lot of work and got things done. Mayor Lightfoot, I want to thank you for the work that you've done. I appreciate your asking me to be the chairman of the Housing and Real Estate Committee. You don't get enough credit on housing, but the work that we've done, the work that you've done with Commissioner Navarra, over the last 4 years in the middle of a pandemic, you have really led on housing. It's something I think that history will show you've really made a huge difference. And I think that's a critical aspect for the future of this city, as well as really coming together on public safety. I very much value working with Rod Sawyer and all of you on the ECPS ordinance. I think that that is something that hopefully can bring communities together and move us forward on safety. It's going to take some time to really work, but I think that it will bring communities together and make us safer. But just want to say thank you very, very much for the opportunity to work with you. God bless, and we'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final 3 speakers by my count. Next up is our departing 5th Ward Alderman, Leslie Harrison.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I heard all of these people talking about 6 years, 8 years, 12 years, and there are only 2 people in this chamber that have more years than me, and that would be Alderman Burke and Alderman Burnett. So I thought after 24 years I could probably muster up the courage to say a few things and to extend a few thank yous, because this has been an incredible ride. Alderman Burke, who I had the pleasure actually of knowing before I came to the council, but who I sat next to for at least 2 decades, right? We shared candy, we shared notes, you know, and we worked on very good and groundbreaking legislation for the city of Chicago. And so because of the work that you and I have done with consumer protection and with the lactation rooms in the airports and a lot of the other things that we've done, the city is a better place because of that. Alderman Burnett loved special events and all of the things that you did to make the city thrive and to celebrate what we have in our communities. I thank you for all of your work and always all of your support. It has been a bumpy ride. Many of you may not know that when I came in, I had upset the machine. And so nobody spoke to me. Nope, nobody spoke to me. No, right, no, Rod was here. They told me nothing. I got nothing. And then after a while, some people, you know, kind of warmed up because I was here and I was here to stay. And so that was it. And I've survived 3 different mayors, 3 different remaps, changing my seat, which I think was the most traumatic, you know, because you get attached and you get attached to the nameplates. And so to move from over here to over here after having sat in one place for 20 years was really traumatic for me. And then we added to that COVID. And then we had to distance, and then I was sitting somewhere else. So I've had my mind spun around a little bit. Alderwoman Dow, you will be happy to know that should you continue to be the chairman of budget, that I have taken all of my budget books for the past, I want to say 23 years, and I have passed them over to Alderman-elect Desmond Yancey. So he has the benefit of all of my books. I put them in 2 boxes and gave them to him. So there will be some little tidbits in there. And so thank you for that. But my presence will be felt and my questions will live on. So thank you for that. You know, everybody else, Michelle is my sister. And so I'm not going to say anything because I am not going to cry. There are not going to be any tears. You all know your roles in my life. And what most people don't know is that I probably have relationships that you all don't know about with every last one of these aldermen. And I enjoy keeping that secret. I enjoy keeping that secret. Except for you. Except for you. Sue, same for you. Nicole, you all know how I feel about you. To the city council staff, to the mayor's staff, thank you, because you are the ones that help keep all these balls in the air. And it is without you all, it would be even worse and even more chaotic than it already is. So thank you for that. I have to thank my staff. My chief of staff, Kimberly Webb, who has been with me since day one, 24 years. As a matter of fact, the shortest amount of time that anybody on my staff has been with me is 9 years. So when they commit, and we're in it for the long haul. I won't miss this place. I thought I would. I'm going to miss you guys, but I'm not going to miss this place. I will come and visit, but it has been an incredible journey, and I have loved most of it. Madam Mayor, I won't say enjoyed, but we have had a good working relationship, and we have managed to accomplish some amazing things together. And that's because of your leadership. That's because you believe in the goodness of people, and that's because you believe in being fair to everybody. And so the things that we've done, I am incredibly proud of. And you were the ones that had the chutzpah to actually see it through. You know, people talk about it being persistence and, you know, to be able to talk about it. It took me 10 years to get a library, and it took me 22 years to get the point. Well, it shouldn't take that. It should not take that. We should not have to wait that long for things to happen. So I want to thank you for just having the foresight to say this needs to be done, let's get it done, and we're going to get it done under my watch. And you should be very proud of you. It's been a privilege and I can't say pleasure, with all of you all. It has been an experience, one that I wouldn't trade for the world. I would not trade it for the world. Like I said, I have relationships with all of you. I will still be around. And what you all got for free, you won't get for free anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman. Alderwoman Coleman.
You, Madam President, for showing black girls that you too can be the leader of the greatest city in the world, and for your hard work. Sophia, I love you. I have enjoyed watching your grandbaby grow up. Thank you for loaning Prentice to me in the beginning. To Sora Leslie, I will never forget you reprimanding me on my dress code, you and Chairman Harris and Alderman Austin, for getting on me, and I will be great because of you ladies. To Sue, you're a bad mama jamma. You are a rock star and truly a leader of the labor movement. Annabelle, I enjoyed learning about your law career, and I'm interested in law school because of our conversation. To my rich uncle in his absence, Howard in his absence, he's going out in his absence, but I love you. To the 21st Ward Alderman, Howard Brookins. Ariel and Alderman Ramirez and Maldonado, you all were colleagues of my mom, so thank you for just taking me in and believing in me in the next generation. Chairman Burke, you are a class act. I remember the letter you gave me when I lost in 2015, and I still have that letter, and I have the letter that you gave me in 2019, and I am encouraged and I'm inspired. There will never be another Edward Burke in this city. You are one of a kind. Harry, as another alderman kid, you had my back when DPD tried to pull a fast one on my first month in office, so thank you for that, and thank you for showing another alderman's kid how to do this. Alderman Kappelman, you just have a heart of service and a heart for people, and I can't wait to host you in my ward. I know that you've been talking to some of the groups, so I look forward to welcoming you to Inglewood and showing you the South Side. Tom Tunney, I pity your staff at Ann Sathers because the more time that you have, I am going to miss you so much. I love you so much, and I thank you for the tough love that you gave me in 2015, the pressure, but the love. I'm a better alderman because of that pressure and because of your wise counsel, and I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. Roderick Terrence Sawyer, 6 and 16 for life. You all ride through my birthday party when I was born, actually when my mother had birth, when he was a bar owner. And I love you so much. We are family, so this is never a goodbye. This is just that we're gonna turn up later. And to Carrie Mae Austin, the awesome Austin, the mama, I love you in her absence. The Archbishop says that no matter what may be the test, that God will take care of you. And we know that God will take care of her through her health. We know that God will take care of her through these times, and her family. And Carrie Austin, I am just grateful for you and your wisdom and for being a beacon light to every single person on this council, including myself. I love you all. Thank you. And I can't wait to see you all on the other side.
The chair recognizes Alderman Rebollos. Didn't you raise your hand? Sorry, I thought you raised your hand.
Walter, are you talking to me? That's it's bittersweet, Mayor. I want to thank. Are you talking to me?
Stand up. That's his De Niro.
Easy, Slim. Mayor, Mayor, I want to thank you. Many of you don't know we knew each other way before I became an alderman, and it wasn't my decision. But I appreciate you entrusting me with the Census Committee and the Immigration and Refugee Rights Committee. As many of you know or don't know, I've been in city government about 44 years, the last 20 as an alderman, and it's a tough gig. It really is, as everyone has said it. But I want to appreciate everything that everyone has said today. Not only me, but those of us that are leaving, class of 203. Rod, what year were you? I've just been around a long time. Oh, yeah, you used to hang around here. But I do recall, I recall the time when your dad was the mayor. I was a truck driver, right after being a school teacher for about 3 years. And I remember parking my truck in the front. No one asked me any questions. I walked right upstairs, right into his office. I missed that. That was cool to do that. No one asked me any questions, but that was nice, and I really appreciate that. But it's been bittersweet. You know, 20 years as an alderman is not an easy job. I remember when I first got elected, I get called the next morning to Alderman Burke's office, and I'm thinking to myself, what does he want from me? He said to me, why did you do this? 20 years later, I don't know. But it's been wonderful. It's been tough, wonderful. I want to thank my wife, who's not here, but I do want to thank her, and I'm going to hug her when I get home and tell her it's my last city council meeting. Maybe. But, you know, the one thing we all have to understand is that we have staff people that work for us. And if it wasn't for them, we would not be as directive, as promising as we are today. I want to thank Carlos, my chief of staff. I want to thank Irma. I want to thank Lois. I want to thank Angel, Barb, and Carmen. Yeah, you too, Carmen. But it's been tough. And you know, we've had some challenges. I will say one thing that no one's mentioned. I want to congratulate Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson, but I will ask him very nicely, and I know he's listening. Please work with the Fraternal Order of Police. The police need your help, they need the funding, and they need your direction. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Rebollos. Our last aldermanic speaker, Alderman Burke.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't really think I was going to say anything today, but some of you have prompted me to write down a few words. And many of you referred to the 54-year role that I've occupied here. And thanks, Jim, for telling me that you lived longer. But I've occupied that role longer than you've been alive. But there's another role that I have filled for 1 year longer. And that is the husband of Ann Burke. Next month, we'll be married 55 years. When we got married, May 25th, 1968, I was a Chicago cop, and she was working for the Park District, putting together the most important group in the history of people with disabilities in the world today, Special Olympics, which is so ably led by our colleague, the Alderman of the 19th Ward. When I didn't file petitions for re-election this past year, my wife said to me, "Darling, I married you for better or for worse, not for lunch. Find something to do." But in all likelihood, this will be my last speech in this historic chamber. Over the last 54 years, I've delivered perhaps thousands of speeches on a variety of subjects. death resolutions, retirements. And thanks, Alderman Harrison, for reminding me about our battle against smoking that went on for years. But last week, as I attended the funerals for the two brave firefighters, I was reminded that since 1969, when I was elected, I've attended the funerals of 147 police officers who have been killed in the line of duty, and 96 Chicago firefighters who also lost their lives in the line of duty. 243 families have endured the grief and the devastation caused by those untimely tragedies. And I recall that at one of those sad events many years ago, a gospel hymn, which many of you, I'm sure, have heard, entitled, "It Is Well With My Soul," was included in the service. And just like the library, that hymn celebrates its 150th anniversary this year. It was written by a Chicago lawyer by the name of Horatio Spafford. And the story of Spafford and that hymn is indeed unique to Chicago and tragic. Spafford was a successful Chicago lawyer and investor in 1871, but was virtually wiped out in the Great Fire. 2 years later, in 1873, he decided to take his wife and 4 daughters on a trip to Europe. His wife had been born in Norway. At the last minute, urgent business, namely a zoning matter in Chicago, prevented him from joining his family aboard the ship that was about to sail. But he promised that he would join them on their trip on the next available ship. On November 22nd, 1873, the ship on which the Stafford family was sailing collided with another ship, and in a matter of moments, the ship sank. The 4 Spafford children, 4 daughters, all died in the shipwreck. Only the mother was rescued. As Horatio was sailing to join his grieving wife, the captain of the vessel on which he was a passenger summoned him to the bridge of the ship and told him that they were at that point stopped at the very place where his 4 daughters perished. It was at that point on that ship that Horatio Spafford penned the lyrics to that hymn. When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to know. It is well with my soul. As I leave here today with the other members who will retire, it is my hope that the 243 families of those brave police officers and firefighters whose funerals I have attended will be well, and it will be well with them. And further, that God will watch over and protect all the brave police officers and firefighters who each and every day put their lives on the line for their fellow citizens. Lastly, many of you have, over the years, heard me quote the great Anglo-Irish statesman Edmund Burke, who wrote, "In politics, there are no permanent enemies, no permanent friends, only permanent interests." Those words are wise, are they not? And should be a goal for all who are in government. And, Madam President and ladies and gentlemen, with whom I've been proud to serve, if I have failed during these past 54 years in achieving that goal, please permit me to apologize. Finally, I would like to extend my best wishes for good health and success to my successor, Alderperson-elect Gutierrez, and to all those who will govern this great metropolis beginning next month. Indeed, Chicago is and will always be the most American of American cities. May God bless America, and may God bless Chicago. Thank you, Madam President.
Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we still actually have a little more work to do today. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Madam President, I'd like to suspend the rules to allow our clerk, Anna Valencia, to speak to the body.
And of course, I have to follow Chairman Burke. Thank you. I just wanted to say to my friends, many of you leaving today, I remember Chairman Burke when I first was Ledge Director and had to go meet with him, and he scared me to death. But him and Ann have been so gracious and kind to steer me as well as I joined as a public servant. To Tom Tunney, I'm sorry about digital dailies. They are coming out this summer. I'll make sure to send you the announcement. But thank you to all of you, to Tom, to Sue, to Harry, to Ariel, to Leslie, Sophia, all of you who helped guide me, steer me, be direct, be honest, be kind, and help me grow up in this political world of Chicago. So just want to send my love and best wishes to you all on your next journey. Now back to business.
Thank you. Next up is new business, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Oh. Let me go back to Greg Mitchell. To move past.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You got to pass them.
We skipped a lot of stuff. Wow,
Alderman Mitchell, do you move passage of the resolutions in the omnibus?
Yes. I move passage of the resolutions beyond this.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. And is there a motion, Madam Chairman, to return to the regular order of business?
I do, so move.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next up is new business, Madam Clerk. Call the wards, beginning with the 50th.
Claims, free permits, license fee exemptions, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. And exemption from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Silverstein has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to disallow additional package goods licenses on portion of North Lincoln Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Silverstein also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, by modifying and adding various subsections to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of various streets, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Gardner has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portion of West Irving Park Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Napolitano has a proposed order for the issuance of a permit for a signboard at 8501 West Higgins Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of North Lincoln Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Mitz has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 4411 West Chicago Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Villegas and Alderman Laspada have a proposed resolution to call for the Committee on Finance to hold hearings with Department of Water Management and Finance regarding water bills, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Ramirez Rosa has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Belmont Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Ramirez Rosa also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3333 West Belmont Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Cardone has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portion of West Fullerton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Irvin has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Cicho Lopez has a proposed ordinance for issuance of permit for a signboard at 1101 South Canal Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman DeBarris has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 6918 West Archer Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Lola Navarro Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2637 South Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Quinn has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3434 North Cicero Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Abarca has proposed ordinance for a vacation of a public alley in the area bounded by Southwestern Avenue, West 47th Street, and South Damon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lee has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3000 North Halsted Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Sadlowski Garza has a proposed ordinance for vacation of the public alleys in the area bounded by South Brandon Avenue, East 92nd Street, South Burley Avenue, and East 93rd Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Beal has a proposed ordinance for support of a Class 6B tax incentive for property at 103rd and South Woodlawn Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Hairston has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Reverend Dr. Leon D. Finley Jr. Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman King has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Dowell and Alderman King have a proposed ordinance for an approval of plat of collection of McCormick Square subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for a signed signboard at 21 East Chestnut Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you. Next up, the approval of the journal. Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I'm not aware of any corrections to the journal from the March 15, 2023 regular meeting or the journal from the March 30 of 2023 special meeting, and move that they be approved.
All right, hearing no objection, so ordered. Unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any unfinished business.
Miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
Under miscellaneous business, I am aware of 2 Rule 41 discharge petitions that were filed with the clerk. One petition was addressed during committee reports. The remaining petition was filed by Alderman Vasquez on April 13th and relates to the quarterly hearings regarding CTA. But it is my understanding that it was not timely filed under Rule 41.
And it's my I'm getting the signal from Alderman Vasquez that he withdraws the Rule 41. Okay. Next up, the omnibus. Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I move that omnibus. Yeah.
I did. Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, we got to go to date and time.
It's not in here. I skip it.
It's under miscellaneous.
Date and time in the name.
Oh, second page. Pardon me. Date and time of the next meeting?
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting a date and time for the next meeting.
Madam Clerk.
Be it ordained by the City Council, City of Chicago, Section 1, that the next succeeding regular meeting of the City Council, City of Chicago, to be held after the meeting held on Wednesday, the 19th day of April 2023 at 10 a.m., be and the same is hereby fixed, held on Monday, the 15th day, May 2023 at 10:30 a.m., at location to be publicly posted by the City Clerk. Section 2, the ordinance shall take effect and be enforced form and after its passage. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Madam President, I move passes in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
15th.
10:30 and 15.
10:30 a.m., Monday, 15th.
Yep. It's 10:30. That's what we're
You're swearing in.
swearing in.
No one knows where. It will be hosted by the City Clerk.
It's going to be at. You ready? Madam President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, there being no further...
One moment, Alderman Mitchell. Okay. Alderman King.
Yeah, I had an ordinance that I introduced to Finance. It didn't get read out in the, from the clerk's office. I'm not sure what happened, but I want to make sure that it's introduced into Finance.
Does he have a copy? Do we have a copy of it? We'll just read it. Right, I'm saying if she's got a copy of it, we can just simply read it into the record.
So just direct the clerk to go ahead.
Did it get lost?
Madam Clerk, I believe you have a copy of the ordinance that Alderman King is referring to. Is that correct? You can read it and make the proper committee referral.
Yep. Finance on there? Should I put Finance?
Alderperson King has an introduction for a TIF increase in funding that will go to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Alderman Mitchell, on a motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Mayor.